Chapter 1662. As the dense fog of doubt was uncovered bit by bit, as they gradually walked towards the truth and reality, there would occasionally be situations where the more the truth was revealed, the worse it would get. Sometimes it would be better not to mention certain things, or not to know about them at all. That way, they could still maintain the state of ignorance and fearlessness. Now that everything was exposed, it was purely a blow to their morale. Good Lord, one hand grabbing the chaos specter and draining its energy, while the other wields the power of the heavenly God of origin, doing whatever he wants, treating the entire void as his own backyard, doing whatever he wants. This is really impudent. However, there was nothing else he could do apart from roaring. The possibility of stopping Carwins from doing anything was decreasing with each new revelation. The more Carwins learned, the more fearful he became. Right in front of Carwins and the others was the power of hell that was constantly being displayed on the table. At a glance, Carwins and the others could see that Carwin's power had already piled up into a small mountain. Meanwhile, on the table in front of Carwins and the others, a single ball was gone. By the way, why are we suddenly talking about this topic? Could it be that we have discovered something incredible in the abnormal abyssal death mist? Jing Yunyin suddenly said. Although the result of the speculation was very worrying, they still had to put in effort to deal with this terrible future. The first thing they had to deal with now was the abyssal death mist that was currently undergoing changes. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and regained her calm expression. It was very important to uncover the truth. No matter from which aspect, the closer they were to the truth, the more preparations they would have. However, that could be put aside for now. There were priorities. The things that were revealed now were things that they would have to deal with later. And now, there were more important things in front of them. The abyssal death mist was still running a marathon. If they did not deal with the abnormal situation in front of them, how could they talk about the future? The girl told me that a powerful will has appeared in the abyssal death mist. This will has affected the abyssal death mist. The chaotic situation in front of us might be due to the influence of that will. So, I speculate that there might be a problem with that component. The will of the component, because the abyssal death mist manifestation was born because of the netherworld and the others, but the will of the component itself. After all, this is its own power to begin with. It's very easy to command it. Jing Yun stood up, leaning against the wall. She put her hand on the windowsill and looked at the abyssal death mist in the distance, her eyes flashing. After all, they are chaotic concept bodies. They won't die so easily. Maybe they are tormenting themselves. Are you planning to return your soul? Hui smiled bitterly. It's hard to say. Didn't you meet a chaos concept body not long ago? Naturally, other chaos concept bodies are allowed to exist. By the way, did something like that happen before? The abyssal death mist is running a marathon. No, not at all. Hui shook his head and said, since a long time ago, before we participated in the war, we have been observing the death fog of the abyss. Although there have been intermittent observations, we have not found any symptoms of the death fog of the abyss. This happened all of a sudden. Could it be related to your previous encounter with the chaotic concept body? Yun Nuashing. Could it be that the one in the underworld is its real body? There can't be such a coincidence, can there? Last time it said we finally meet or something. Jing Yun shook her head. It's really hard to say. Even if it's only in a half-paralyzed state, they can still sense things around energy through the power they left behind in the world. It's hard to confirm if the chaotic concept body that the death fog of the abyss belongs to is the same as the one you met on the cloud continent. Maybe it is that one, or may have heard about your situation from other chaotic concept bodies. After all, your situation is so special that even they are interested in it. This is not good. This is not good. This is not fun. Yun Nuashing's face turned green. This wonderful popularity just had to develop in such a strange place. Look at the things that are interested in him now. The god of origins, the chaotic concept body. One is equal to order. The other is equal to chaos. Wait a minute. Doesn't this mean that the void is paying attention to him? Good heavens, so the matter that was decided by the great will of the void was caused by you guys. No wonder he was unlucky every day. Wherever he went, there would be explosions. Wherever he went, there would be bad luck. It turned out that he was targeted by the two deadliest people in the void. Then it's fine. He admitted that he was unlucky. Serves him right. He was deep in thought. Suddenly, he felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. He turned around and saw Maple's gloomy face muttering, "It's not my fault. It's all your fault. I don't care. This has nothing to do with me. Of all things, why are you staring at me? I'm eating your rice. Anyway, I'm the most damned bastard in the void. The void should just be destroyed." The resentment was so great that it made Hui shiver. That Maple? Yun Nuashing calmed down. His gloomy face instantly disappeared. He smiled bitterly at Hui. "I thought that the matter that was decided by the great will of the void was just a joke." Hui shook his head vigorously. No. That is an established fact." "Screw you." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. "What I mean is, look at now. The origin, heavenly God, is staring at me for no reason. The chaotic concept body is staring at me. These two together are equivalent to the void staring at me. Of course, they are of a much higher level than the void." Hui drew a few lines in his mind. After a while, he nodded in realization. Then he could not help but laugh. You didn't admit that you were decided by the void before. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say? Although it is the truth, I really want to beat you up for saying it out loud." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. After a while, he felt tired all over. He sighed helplessly. "Why don't I just die early and reincarnate in this life?" "You can't do that, Maple. Your soul has been remembered." "You, shut up. I know I'm just nagging. Can you not drag me into such a cruel reality? Face the light of the void's reality, child." Hui opened his arms and looked at Yun Nuashing with a compassionate look. "You need the voids, get lost." Jing Yin listened to the friendly interaction between the two and did not interrupt. She turned around and continued to listen to the friendly conversation between the two. She wanted to give the young man some buffer time so that he would not be too stressed. She turned around and was about to continue using the function of the origin altar. Suddenly she was startled. Young man, stop for a moment. I suddenly thought of something." What is it?" Yun Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. They stopped their daily conversation and quickly put on a serious expression. Jing Yin used the origin altar to spy on the abyssal death shroud and observe its movements. She could even increase the order energy by a lot. After a while, she said, "This is a good opportunity. You want to do something while the abyssal death shroud is panicking?" Yun Nuashing understood what he meant. She crossed her arms and muttered while drawing circles on the ground with the tip of her foot. "I've thought about it at first. In the past, it was always the order that was being suppressed. This time, those brainless bastards are finally in trouble. They are panicking and probably can't respond to any big changes. This is indeed a good opportunity. Attacking now is definitely much better than staying in the void's sealing circle and resisting." Looking into Maple's eyes, Hui and Maple's minds clicked. But there is the underworld behind the abyssal death shroud. To be honest, the abyssal death shroud is just a tool used to gradually weaken the Order's power. If we push them too far this time and provoke the underworld's high-tier combatants, the Order still needs a lot of time. After a while, he spread his hands and said, "But even if we give them time, it's probably useless. It won't change anything. Let's fight. As for the underworld..." Jing Yin touched her chin and pondered. After a while, she smiled slightly. "Don't worry. If there are any high-tier combatants coming out, just leave it to us. We are the original primeval gods, after all. It shouldn't be a problem for us to deal with some of the low-tier primeval gods with only the power of the peak of the primeval gods. Just in case, we can gradually release part of our power. This is a rare opportunity. Even if we have to pay a price, we will accept it. After this opportunity, there might not be a next time. Maple, if you don't have any special arrangements, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to? Hui put on a gloomy expression. His palm suddenly drew a cold light in front of him. Yun Nuashing looked up at Hui. His long eyelashes fluttered. Hui and Jingyin felt that he was weighing and thinking, so they did not say anything. With the power of two kinds of order, he had his own special perception, his own thoughts and foresight. He could even perform some kind of intuition based on the foundation of the void. If he nodded, they would charge over. If he shook his head, they would press everything down. Perhaps it meant that even if the abyssal death shroud was in chaos, it would not be so chaotic that it could not deal with them. Anyway, everything was up to him. Now, they just had to wait for his orders. However, Yun Nuashing's silence made them very anxious. He just stood there and fiddled with his white long hair without saying a word. He lowered his head as if he was immersed in some kind of special state or sensory. It seemed that he was performing some kind of intuition, as they said. It was an emergency. The waiting time at this critical juncture was very long. They could clearly feel that every minute and second was passing by the whole world. Hui had been pacing back and forth in the same place for as long as an hour. Every time he turned around and saw Maple still in deep thought, he did not dare to disturb him. He also did not dare to be distracted by other things. He could only wait until there was a result. Time gradually came to the second hour. Unlike Hui, Jingyin was very patient. They had once delayed the expedition to the void of chaos by 1,000 years. They had also waited for 1,000 years, so they were not in a hurry. There was no use in being anxious now. So far, he had been using the Sanctum of Origins to spy on the abyssal death shroud. No, it was not spying, it was looking openly. He could even count how many abyssal death shroud derivatives had passed in front of him in the past 2 hours. And the way they passed by was quite consistent with the situation that the young man said they were in chaos. There were all kinds of trampling and shoving incidents. He even saw a huge derivative stomping on a large pile of cannon fodder when it passed by. The dissipated part of the abyssal death shroud did not condense any new derivatives. It's not just a normal level of chaos. It seems that even the essence of the energy has been affected. The only thing that has not been discovered now is the internal strife. Jing Yin muttered. The abnormal situation in the abyssal death shroud was gradually discovered. Under such a chaotic situation, the abyssal death shroud itself also showed signs of various energy riots. Even the breath it exuded had become very frightening. The order and energy level have increased by 1 or 2 levels. I don't know if it's because of the influence of that will. Is the main body fighting with the parasite for control? It would be good if that was the case. Although in the long run, the sudden revival of a chaos concept body was a very bad thing for the void of order. But just talking about the situation at hand, he hoped that the more chaotic it was, the better. Yun Nuashing suddenly looked up as if he had withdrawn from that strange state. Hui, who was so anxious that oil was almost coming out of his face, and Jingyin, who was still calm, turned their attention to him at once. "How is it?" they asked in unison. Yun Nuashing took in a deep breath. Unknowingly, the colorful colors that had spread to his eyes gradually faded away, returning to their original black appearance. He gently raised his hand and waved it in front of him. A sentence that did not fluctuate in the slightest was spoken. "If there's nothing unusual, we can all attack." In an instant, even if the attack plan had not been notified to the entire Void frontline, there was already a vague and frightening storm of order that was gathering wildly. Hui could not hold it in and had prematurely unleashed his power. After waiting for 2 hours for the order to attack, he was as excited as a child with a lifespan of several eras. Hui excitedly leaped onto the city wall and spread his arms wide. A roar that contained 100 years of phlegm instantly spread across the entire Void frontline through all soul transmissions. In the name of the divine realm, In the name of order, everyone, bring out the best mental state you can bring out in your life. Flatten this part of the void for me. Confirmed the orders issued by Lord Maple and Lord Hui. Immediately launch an all-out attack on the abyssal death shroud. Send word to all void frontline troops. Immediately launch an all-out attack on the abyssal death shroud. Receive the orders from the 2 divine titles of the divine realm. Unmistakable. Little ones, it's time to go to the battlefield. Whoever dares to fall prematurely before cutting down a piece of land, I will drag your soul up and continue to beat you up. Frontline troops are ready. Damn it, I've been holding back for 100 million years. After 100 million years of beating, I can finally get back at them. The order forces stationed at the rear have confirmed the order to attack. They will jump into the battlefield 20 minutes after the start of the battle. Allies, please provide a safe coordinate. We have a large amount of flammable and explosive items here. The moment we jump over, we'll blow them up. If you don't want to get involved, remember to throw a coordinate to us and quickly retreat. We've already set it 20 minutes in advance. Blade, come. Where's my blade? Brothers, kill them all. Following Huey's shout, the entire front line of the void boiled over. It was really boiling over. Through the soul communication, there were all kinds of second-level messages, third-level messages, fourth-level, fifth-level messages. Hundreds of messages were all strung together. In an instant, it was impossible to tell who was talking. In any case, there was a buzzing sound in his mind, and he almost lost consciousness. Yun Nuashing had already shut down half of the soul communication when Hui was holding his breath. Even so, there was still a lot of noise, and the various contents made him feel. Well, fortunately, he had been on alert since yesterday, and had gathered his forces to prepare for an all-out war. At this moment, all the forces at the front line of the void were in a state of readiness, including some of the troops who were said to be in charge of the rear attack, and so on. They had already prepared in advance, which saved him the time to assemble. Yun Nuashing waved her hand again. All members of the divine realm, prepare all levels of energy towers. From the beginning, enter into an overload state and increase the lethality to the highest level. Leave only the basic defensive power to guard against possible accidents. For the time being, do not inform the others and let them stay alert. Qin Yu, who had not interjected from beginning to end, could not help but sigh. There's too little time. I don't think young Master Shin and the others have time to prepare. Yun Nuashing could not help but smile bitterly. When she came with Min, she had just gone to a place on the way. She did not expect that Hui would take her away before she could return to the front line of the void after the operation was over. After all, she was in his spiritual world. Naturally, there was no way she could inform the divine shadow and the others. You don't have to go this time, Yun Nuashing said to Qin Yu, and then glanced at Dao Heaven and the 2 girls who were sleeping together. She said, seriously, this is a very dangerous operation. We have to go deep into the death mist of the abyss and face fear head-on. It's not the same as the war 100 million years ago. Although they are in chaos and I don't see anything out of the ordinary, there's no guarantee that there won't be any accidents. This time you 2 will stay here. Yes, I know. Big brother, who loves to worry and play with his life. Dao Heaven sighed and shook his head in annoyance. He walked to Qin Yu's side and dragged her to the side. Let's go. Let's ignore this idiot. Yun Nuashing. Why was he stunned? The distance between the front line of the void and the death mist of the abyss was not far. They could see each other with the naked eye in the void. However, counting from the time they left the void blockade, it had been 10 minutes before the army was at the foot of the city. They were face to face, so close that they could use a brick to hit each other's faces without any warning. Although to them, the brick could penetrate the void. Ahem. Anyway, the distance was very close. It was so close that they should have been able to engage in close combat. However, the vast black clouds were howling at a distance of 10,000 feet flashing with a scarlet radiance that could induce a normal person into a frenzied state. The gigantic storm cloud wall was right in front of their eyes. They could even see the abyssal death mist spawn whizzing past them like it was running a marathon. If it was in the past when they were at such a distance, the other side should have let the storm cloud wall unleash a wave of energy attack without a word. However, it was really too strange this time. The strange silence and the strange disregard for them calmed them down a little from their frenzied state. The doubts that should have emerged from the bottom of their hearts were suppressed when they saw that their leader, captain, leader, and leader were all calm. Those who could stand at such a distance and face the death mist of the abyss without changing their expressions were all ruthless people who had already thrown life and death to the back of their minds. As long as their leaders were still charging, they would not retreat even if they had to sacrifice their last drop of blood. It's been a long time. Compared to this, the sudden appearance of the cloud continent could not even be considered as a small interlude. Standing in front of the army, Hui opened his arms wide. His face was full of excitement. At this moment, his expression was a little similar to Yun Nuashing, who was on the verge of madness. However, he still lacked some charm. Don't be too excited. You'll mess things up. Yun Nuashing glanced at him indifferently. I just feel that this trip will be fine for the time being. However, I can't say exactly when the changes will happen. Before that happens, do your best to destroy the death mist of the abyss. Destroy as much as you can. There are many of them, but right now, in the world of order, there is also a very powerful force, confirming that the reaction of order in the area ahead has been reduced to the lowest level. There is no world of order or power of order in the upper, middle, and lower levels of the void. The battlefield should be limited to the void. Everyone get ready. Standing in front of the death mist of the abyss were densely packed warriors of order. They were all lined up according to their respective formations. The power of order had already been boiling. This time they were really going all out. There was only a small number of backup forces left at the front line of the void. Before they left, they had locked the door and left an escape route. If there was really an emergency at the rear, they could instantly return to defend. However, hopefully there was no need to use them. More than 95% of the warriors of order were gathered at the distance of 10,000 feet from the death mist of the abyss. They looked straight at the black cloud wall that was flashing with crazy colors. With just a single command, the energy that they had accumulated in their hands would be poured into the space in front of them without reservation. This was the first time in history that they had launched an attack on the death mist of the abyss. If there were no accidents, it should be the only time. This was a chance to achieve the greatest result. Even if they had to pay the price, they would not hesitate. However, Maple, what are you thinking about? Huey's voice came from the side, snapping Yun Nuashing out of his thoughts. He blinked and sighed. I'm thinking about this stupid thing in the void. I have a feeling that everything seems to have hit the point. The timing is too accurate. It was when I woke up, and it just so happened that the problem happened at that time. Now that you mention it, it is true. Hui nodded and saw that Maple's face was slightly gloomy, as if he was thinking about something. He knew that Maple must be thinking about the so-called foolproof plan, that could deal with 10,000 unexpected situations in an instant. Hui couldn't help but walk forward and pat Maple's shoulder. All right, it's necessary to be appropriately worried. We're not stupid enough to set foot here without any preparation. We're all mentally prepared to make this move. Even if the results are very little, it's still a result of a battle. If something happens, we have a way to protect the power of the world of order and retreat. Trust everyone. Well, this is not a matter of trust or not. Forget it. There is no need to think so much now. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath. His body began to emit a bright light. The origin energy began to vibrate and spread throughout the area. When he opened his eyes again, mottled colors that contained everything surged. His change was like a signal that made everyone behind him take a deep breath. Begin the attack. Chapter 1663. The abnormal movement of the death mist in the abyss did not look like it was going to end any time soon. Who was the will that suddenly appeared in the death mist in the abyss? What kind of thoughts did it have for it to appear at such a time? That's right, he was still holding on to the idea that it was a conspiracy. Everything was really too coincidental, and it just so happened that it caused a little commotion when he woke up. Coincidental, coincidental, coincidental. This idea was purely because he was scared of being tricked by a certain two groups of people. Now, everything he looked at felt like something was plotting against him. For example, the movement of the death mist in the abyss in front of him. Regardless of whether it was really planned or not, or whether there was really something behind it, he could only withdraw himself from it and ignore what was wrong with it. He had to ignore everything other than something wrong with them. He had to rush up and fight, take advantage of their weakness to kill them. He did not need to care about the reason behind it. He only needed to rush forward. All troops begin the attack. The order domain will spread out in a circular formation. The vanguard will leave the main force and take the lead to enter the death mist in the abyss to open up a blank domain. The vanguard has already set off. They have begun to make contact with the death mist in the abyss. Give us 5 minutes. No, only 3 minutes would be enough. Kill. The order core is ready. From now on, we will connect everyone's order power and begin to transmit energy to the energy towers in the celestial realm. First, we will open up the order barrier to stabilize the unformed territory. As Yun Nuashing's order fell, the order army under the death mist in the abyss quickly began to move. The reports that rang in his soul came from the commanders of various places. They were responsible for managing the larger number of order forces. Most of the commanders of the frontline nodes were warriors of the celestial realm, such as Qing Jun and I Ching. Some of the more outstanding people would also be led by order warriors from other worlds. This did not matter. Most of the time when the battle reached its climax, Yun Nuashing and Hui would just swing their arms and hand over the command to others. The two of them would each open up an unparalleled territory and began to harvest the death mist spawns endlessly. The order barrier and the order domain was just a very inconspicuous little in front of the huge wall of dark mist. It was so small that it was like an ant trying to block the advance of the storm with its own strength. If one were to plunge headfirst into it, they would not even be able to make a splash. The vanguard troops had indeed plunged headfirst into it, but at this moment they were slaughtering in all directions. Majestic energy torrents roared and rolled violently in the clouds, blasting holes in the storm cloud walls everywhere. There were also a few places where the crazy scarlet color was swallowed and dimmed by the order power. Yun Nuashing did not immediately charge in. Instead, he quietly released the origin energy and the power of order. Through the soul seeds of the divine warriors distributed throughout the front line of the void, he spread the power across the entire front line of the void, going deep into the death shroud and monitoring the entire vast battlefield. We glanced at him and knew what he was doing. He took over command of the node, propped up the order domain, and led the large group into the death shroud. They were not in a hurry to act. What they needed to do now was to follow the vanguard troops as the arrowhead. When the vanguard troops had chosen a place as the cornerstone of the order domain, they and the commanders of each node would work together to set up a temporary order domain. Then, with that domain as the epicenter, they would begin their slaughter. As for the other troops with special duties, such as the one who had said that they would enter the battlefield 20 minutes later with a greater force, it would be a clean-up assault after the battlefield had stabilized. 20 minutes was originally the time for the expansive order domain to completely stabilize. Although it might take less time this time, the difference of a few minutes did not matter, and there was no need for immediate adjustments. Either way, the death shroud should not have caused enough commotion for them to be so flustered that they had to immediately call for reinforcements. Boom! Energy that was wrapped in order and rules blasted out from the death shroud. Half of the cloud wall before them was shattered by the shockwave that spread out in the void. Most of it was destroyed by pure power and disappeared into nothingness. Those abyssal death shroud spawns also disappeared without a sound. Every time a large hole was blasted out of the death shroud, countless spawns would be reduced to ashes, while the remaining spawns would desperately try to fill up the hole. The spawns would also continue to turn into a wave and surge forward, completely ignoring the group of uninvited guests who had intruded into their territory. Eerie silence, eerie lack of attack. The death shroud was so eerie that it was a little abnormal. Everyone saw with their own eyes that a large hole was blasted out of the death shroud wave by the rule's destruction attack. Then the hole would be filled up by the spawns that swarmed in from the rear. Then the hole would be blasted open in the next moment and filled up again. The cycle repeated itself as if they were constantly sending themselves to their deaths without any intention of retaliating. Thinking about how the death shroud spasmed for the entire day yesterday, everyone more or less understood something. However, the commander did not allow them to move freely. Perhaps he had his own considerations. For the time being, they would advance steadily. There was no rush. They could not rush. The landing point has been cleared. Core, quickly bring the order core over. The basic order domain is ready. All energy towers, release a sweeping attack at a fixed point. Clear the death shroud around the landing point and suppress the enemy's counterattack. Everyone looked at the death shroud in front of them that was being suppressed and had no intention of retaliating. They could not help but smile bitterly. Where did the counterattack come from? Well, they were just teasing it in their hearts. When it was time to fight, they would still fight seriously. Thousands of energy towers that came along with the army resonated with the energy crystals. Streaks of energy torrents that were hundreds of miles wide pierced through the void and blasted towards a single point within the abyssal death shroud as if they were focused. The ring-shaped shockwaves that kept spreading shattered all the abyssal death shroud that came close. The space before their eyes suddenly opened up as the fog dissipated. At the point where the thousands of energy torrents were focused, everyone saw a spot where pure white light shone. The vanguard had opened up a blank and unstable node that was half inclined towards order. Once the core of order was in place, their first step would be secured. Hui waved his hand. Push forward steadily. Echelons at all levels. Cross-attack and maintain energy suppression. Don't give them a chance to raise their heads. Send the core. Yun Nuashing suddenly opened her eyes. Her colorful eyes flashed gently. The first echelon and the vanguard troops open the order barrier. The first wave of Death Shroud is coming. The rest of you, assist the energy towers for the second wave of sweeping. Everyone's expression instantly became serious. It's here. After being beaten like a wooden stake for a few minutes, the enemy's counterattack had finally arrived. Before their eyes could catch anything out of the ordinary, their senses told everyone that there was a destructive energy that reminded them of 100 million years ago, bursting out right in front of them. As soon as the realm of order opened up, there were several energy torrents that resembled a distorted galaxy sweeping out from the front along with the rumbling of the void. At the same time, they attacked the barrier of the vanguard and the first echelon in front, causing the latter to flicker violently. Just as the two parties were about to gradually strengthen their defenses, the hundreds of abyssal death shroud of unknown origin suddenly disappeared. It only lasted for a few seconds before it dissipated into the void and nothingness. It was quite sudden. Attack with all your might. Everyone's roars and roars, accompanied by the buzzing of the energy towers, resounded through the void. Millions of energy attacks transformed into all sorts of attack forms and whizzed forward, tearing apart the void and causing a series of huge energy explosions in the domain of the abyssal death mist. Millions of energy balls exploded out of thin air, throwing the abyssal death mist and its manifestations into the void. This level of counterattack is considered a twitch, right? Hui scratched his head. The attack came quickly and disappeared even more suddenly. He was ready to set up the guardian barrier to save everyone's energy. The energy that had just been gathered could not be used anymore. Phone, what's the situation at the back? It's unimpeded for now. Hui nodded. Take them down. After the order was given, Yun Nuashing slowly closed her eyes and said, the death shroud is still in a highly active state. A huge amount of energy is gathering everywhere, but the intention to attack only appeared for a moment. Perhaps, as you said, it twitched a little. It seems that defensive preparations are still quite necessary. Hui looked at the battlefield. After a few rounds of saturated energy bombardment, the area around the landing point was as empty as it could be. The vanguard even had the time to set the rules of order on the newborn domain. The core was already in place. They just had to wait for it to stabilize and connect the order power connected to the void frontline with the domain here. Then the first step would be complete. Well, it was not a problem to say that they had landed. If they could twitch once, there would naturally be a second. Judging from the speed of their attack just now, even if they appeared in an instant, there would still be time to react. Moreover, that level of attack is too weak and will not affect us for the time being, Hui said as he looked at Yun Nuashing. So, do you want to rest for a while? Isn't it too much for one person to link the entire void frontline? With the origin energy and everyone's soul seeds, it's not a big problem for the time being. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Hui could not tell if what she said was true from the faint expression on her face. As long as we have a firm foothold, the spreading domain of order will stabilize, and I won't need to monitor the entire situation. Then let's speed up a little. The earlier we can stabilize the situation, the more relieved we will be. Hui nodded. The spreading domain of order, in simple terms, was that the domain of order formed by the core could continuously devour and assimilate the energy of the abyssal death shroud, polluting and distorting it into order power. After that, it would expand its own domain bit by bit, providing them with a safe foothold. After the landing point had stabilized, it could also convert the power of the void and nothingness into order power to fill the space. It was recovering while fighting, absorbing your power and turning it into my own power and then using it to hit myself. This was essentially the same as the abyssal death shroud devouring their order power. However, it was the other way around, using order to devour non-order. The core of order has been lit up. From now on, 1/3 of the energy towers will enter auxiliary, spreading mode. The rest of you will clear the abyssal death shroud at noon so that they can spread the domain of order smoothly. Try to get a large enough domain. If the domain is large enough, we can fight however we want. While the abyssal death shroud was still twitching and had yet to recover, they recklessly unleashed their own power so that the domain of order would be sufficient and spread out without any hindrance. They would imprint their own mark on the empty domain and the domain of the abyssal death shroud. Everything within the range would belong to order and be converted into order power. Amidst the eruption of energy flames all over the sky, there was a spot of white light that was rolling violently. It was constantly expanding and expanding its power. When it had accumulated to a certain extent, the white light suddenly collapsed towards the center. After that, a surge of order power in the opposite direction suddenly burst out from the center, spreading the power of order into the domain of the abyssal death shroud. The domain formed by the core is beginning to expand. This is the first time I've seen such a reaction in the domain of the abyssal death shroud. Hui saw that the white light had expanded hundreds of times in an instant. After a moment, he swung his long hair and smiled coolly. He took out the guardian's shield and smashed it into the void. This is the domain of the realm of the gods. With him as the point of origin, a golden energy halo suddenly exploded, covering the rapidly expanding white light, causing the speed of its expansion to increase exponentially. In just 1 minute, it had already reached the side of the Order warrior who was clearing out the surrounding territories. Then it collided head-on with the abyssal death mist, and the power of order and non-order began to collide with each other with all their might. Speed up, clearing the abyssal death shroud in the domain, and let the domain of order continue to expand. Continue to expand. Brother, Hui Jun, I'm late. I finally made it. As soon as Hui shouted, he saw a group of people flashing. It was Jing Yin, who had brought the group of people from their world here. The latter was holding a small shrine that was only half a foot tall. Hui recognized that it was the Shrine of Origins and could not help but be stunned. You brought the Shrine of Origins here? After all, I'm not used to this level of cleaning without bringing the origin node. Jing Yin laughed loudly and waved her hand to let the Shrine of Origins in her hand drift toward the white core of the order domain. The moment the latter was touched, it was replaced by a stronger and more advanced order power, accompanied by a weak mottled energy that replaced the pure white light. Then a ray of light flashed, and an ancient shrine that was thousands of feet tall suddenly appeared. It was overflowing with a holy aura, and the origin energy was rolling endlessly. It suddenly appeared in the domain of the abyssal death shroud. Just the surging holy aura alone made everyone's aura soar. It's just that the speed of gathering the nodes is a little slow. We're almost half an hour late. Replacing it with a higher level of half-order and half-origin domain, the overflowing energy made the power of the barrier many times greater. Under the shining light, the abyssal death shroud collapsed upon contact, pushing this new domain to a further place. We looked directly at the place where the Shrine of Origins was located. He seemed to see the shrine taking root in the void. It was a root formed by energy, and it was taking root in the void and nothingness. The speed at which it mobilized energy was many times faster than the speed of the order core they created. This is a good thing, right? This is one of the legacies of the heavenly god of origins. Jing Yin could not help but laugh when she saw Huey's shocked expression. Mentioning this reminded her of something she almost forgot. She hurriedly said to the young man, "Young man, the other shrines of origins may need your help to activate. Except for the one in front of you, the other origin nodes are a little damaged. If they are not activated, the origin energy there is only a little stronger than the order core you guys created." Okay. Yun Nuashing nodded. His senses spread across the entire battlefront and found the shrines of origins. There were not many of them. There were only 200 or 300 shrines of origins. Wait a minute, he counted. There were a total of 306 shrines of origins, and most of them were more than 50% damaged. There was one that only had a core, a few pillars, and a wall left. It was so damaged that one could not even tell what the shrine looked like. That was just a wall. Even so, as long as the core was still there, it could be restored. It would only take a little bit of time. The will and energy that spread across the battlefront surged towards the 306 shrines of origins through the warriors of the celestial realm who had turned into nodes. The origin energy instantly became very active when it came into contact with the shrines of origins. Everyone who was guarding the place was stunned for a moment. Before they could react to what was happening, they saw a white light flashing in front of them. A shrine, a transparent skeleton, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After that, the power of order and the void in the vicinity quickly surged towards the transparent shrine, gradually turning it into a solid form in the domain of order. Along with it, there was a vast presence that had existed since ancient times. Although they did not know what it was, it looked very powerful. When its energy flowed past, there was an inexplicable surge of power in their hearts. Suddenly, they had the strength to fight. Everyone was talking in their hearts. Hui scratched his head. Feng won't force himself too much, right? Not for the time being. Jing Yin looked at the young man who had his eyes closed. His pure white hair had unwittingly lengthened, dancing wildly in the void despite the absence of wind. He was observing the flow of the young man's origin energy. Being able to link the entire void front line through the soul seed and almost 100,000 nodes without the soul collapsing means that there's no problem at all. Moreover, you only need to touch the core of the shrines of origins and activate it. It doesn't take too much power. Under normal circumstances, You might have to activate the shrines one by one. But in this case, the core would rapidly repair itself when expanding the domain, which is much more convenient. Still, I wonder if you would run into something this time. Jingyan suddenly laughed and said something that almost made Hui spit out a mouthful of water. He could not help covering his face and smiled bitterly as he looked at Feng, who had his eyes closed and was motionless. That guy wouldn't simply close his eyes and never open them again, would he? Suddenly coming into contact with 200 or 300 relics of origins and being sure that there was something related to them. Wouldn't Feng scare me to death? Lord Hui, I've sensed unusual movements from the abyssal death mist spawn, and it's rapidly approaching us, as well as a direct attack from the abyssal death mist. Hui turned to see that the domain of origin and order had suddenly flashed, and a violent flash of energy interrupted his guess about Feng's current state of mind. My goodness, he's really starting to twitch. But it seems that it's only a part of it. The abyssal death mist spawn was still surging endlessly, but at this moment, about 1/10 of them had suddenly left the main group without warning, turning around and charging towards the group of uninvited guests. Streaks of aura that was several times more frenzied than usual rushed towards their faces and were sent flying by the expanding domain, dissipating into a cluster of energy. Everyone. This was an instant death. They had never thought that the abyssal death mist manifestation could die in such a way. It was a little too tragic for him to die by smashing his head into the expanding domain or whatever. That's a domain and barrier of the same origin as the origin, heavenly God's power. Although it hasn't been fully developed to its limit, it's not something you ants can resist. It's something used to deal with the absolute power of chaos. Jingyan laughed and waved to the group behind him. Let's go. We've rested for a while. It's time to move. Kill. We turned around and they were gone. Then, in the depths of the abyssal death mist far away, streaks of energy that shook the void and nothingness burst out one after another as if they were free of charge. That movement was a little stronger than Feng's usual state of exertion. As expected of the primeval heavenly god, his application of energy, order, concept, and other powers was definitely much more advanced than theirs. With such power in the first exchange, if Feng didn't have the origin energy and annihilation energy, he probably wouldn't have been as good as Jingyan and the others. Well, now that we're still on the battlefield, we didn't want to sigh. He looked for the soul seed and quickly gave his orders. All energy towers, switch to the form of the support core spreading domain. All units, reserve part of your power for saturation attacks, and continue to sweep away all the abyssal death mist within sight. Remember, don't rush out of the domain. Just move forward with the spreading domain. There's still a group of restless guys waiting behind. They're entering the battlefield in 3 minutes. Some of the abyssal death shroud and spawns within their range of vision were showing signs of resistance. After being beaten for a dozen minutes in vain, they had finally activated their instinctive reaction to defend themselves. However, their numbers were still limited, probably because that was still restraining them. Even so, the abyssal death shroud's energy surged violently outside. It was still very intense in terms of sight, and even 1/10 of its power was a considerable amount of resistance. The expanding domain hence slowed down its rate of expansion as it received the baptism of the abyssal death shroud with its barrier. Circles of massive ripples churned over the domain's barrier, pinching the spot where the energy was bursting at a distance of over 10 million miles. Therefore, even 1/10 of its power was a considerable amount of resistance. After all, this was their main lair, and they were uninvited guests who barged in. One could imagine the pressure they had to face, and it was only when they were not in their right mind that they could charge in recklessly. If it was during normal times, forget it. It's just half awake. They can't fully awaken, and their resistance is incomplete. It would take some time for them to truly recover part of their power. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and said to Hui, "Our arrival has stimulated them, and they would hurry to recover their power. Before that, we have to expand our advantage to the maximum. With the domain rooted by the Shrine of Origins, it's not as if we can't hold on to this assault until the end. We paused for a moment and nodded. The real battle was still brewing, and when they, or the abyssal death, mist came to their senses, that would be when the real war begins. Chapter 1664. Be it a beautiful thought or a daydream, everyone would have their whimsical moments. When things were going well, they would think that it would be great if everything continued to go smoothly. When things were not going well, they would turn around and curse those swarthy creatures, praying that they would soon die and ascend. However, it was just a daydream. No matter what kind of situation caused such a beautiful dream to appear in their hearts, as long as it was a dream, it would come to an end. It was just like how the wind and the water could not always be smooth. Every dog has its day, and that was the most normal thing in this world. However, there was no rule that said that things could not get stuck halfway, right? Taking advantage of the chaos in the abyssal death shroud, they successfully launched their attack, successfully established the domain of order, and successfully built a stronghold in the abyssal death shroud. Then, the abyssal death shroud that was somewhat lacking in intelligence finally exploded, from 1/10 of its active power to 1/5. Well, it was at least twice as much power. After all, this was their lair, and the pressure suddenly doubled. That was equivalent to boom! One after another, destructive rumbles exploded wildly around the stabilized domain of order. The sound of indiscriminate bombardment was like the frequency of a rainstorm hitting on an umbrella, echoing incessantly beside their ears. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of abyssal death shroud spawns were vaporized. Even the abyssal death shroud's true form was constantly retreating under the powerful attack of order. The stormy cloud wall had retreated a lot further than before, and they were even about to leave the domain of the abyssal death shroud. He scratched his head. Well, that's pretty hard work being beaten up. The domain of order had been established, and the general situation that belonged to the initial stage had been set. Just as Maple had said, under the blessing of the Holy Temple of Origins, order was mixed with weak origin energy, greatly increasing the power of order. He felt that even if the abyssal death shroud were to go on a rampage, they would be able to repel it. It was not that he was feeling good about himself, but the power that was erupting now was definitely enough to push the abyssal death shroud back. Maple had not made a move yet, and Jingyin and the others had not made a move yet. He was also quietly observing, and the other places on the front line were probably the same. The abyssal death mist has begun to retreat. Everyone, advance together with the order domain. Let the power of order continue to advance steadily. The vanguard troops should not rush too quickly. You're still a bit away from the order domain. Take advantage while you're down was a skill that everyone had leveled to the highest level. Hence, they had completely given up on defending and focused all their energy on attacking. The commotion that had erupted around them was precisely because of this. Hui shook his head helplessly and looked at Maple, who was floating at the side like a wandering soul. Maple, do you want to expand the realm of order a little more? There's no need for that. Just gradually strengthen the power of the domain. The current size of the domain is just right. If we want to expand it further, we'll have to wait until the next stage. Yun Nuashing shook her head. The power that they had now was actually enough. Although they wanted to maximize the results of the battle, they could not be too rash. If a group of people were charging at the front while the rest were chasing from the back and forcefully pulling the battle line, it was not advisable to be too rash. The abyssal death mist would eventually recover, and it would only take a second for it to make the best choice to counter their attacks. By then, it would be too late to rearrange the formation. Even if they used brute force to break through the encirclement, that short moment of disruption would have left some hidden dangers in the long-term battle. In such a place, it would be difficult to have the opportunity to correct the accumulated mistakes. This was also the reason why their group of top forces had not yet made a move. Once they made a move, the entire battlefield would change, and everyone's battle would change. For now, They did not need to use this kind of power. Now, all they needed to do was to push forward steadily. The speed of their advance was already enough to injure the abyssal death mist. Every second they pushed forward, every second they held on was worth it. 1/5 of the abyssal death mist was moving, and more power was gradually gathering. However, that was only 1/5 of the power of the abyssal death mist at the back. It could be seen that a huge living body was gradually making 1/5 of its body function come alive. Due to its huge size, it would take a lot of time just to mobilize it. This time difference was enough for them to do a lot of things. Hui was only worried about when the next strengthening would be. As they gradually moved forward, the abyssal death mist would be stimulated more and more, and the overall struggle of the abyssal death mist would become louder. He only hoped that the influence of the will would exist for a while longer. The influence of that will is gradually decreasing. The little angel whispered in Yun Nuoshing's soul, not letting anyone else know. It seems that not only is it affected by your attacks, but the will itself is also gradually becoming less active. When the two controlling powers of the abyssal death fog are equal, it may enter the stage of confrontation. In other words, that will's absolute control has begun to slip. Once its influence gradually disappears, the abyssal death mist will once again be under control. Yun Nuoshing muttered, and looked at the little angel in the spiritual world. Are you all right? I'm fine. The influence of that will has decreased, and I'm much more comfortable here. The little angel nodded. But the influence is still there. As long as it doesn't spread out of your soul, there won't be any more serious impact. Yun Nuoshing nodded and focused on the battlefield in the void before them. The situation has not entered the countdown state so quickly, but the preparatory signal has been sent out, and now is the best time to continue to expand the victory. No, it should be said that the only time left is now. Advance prematurely, perhaps a little too prematurely, but still have to be careful. And when we accelerate, we have to give the realm of order more opportunity to expand and consolidate, announce to the entire front line of the void. From this moment onwards, the vanguard and all units of the fourth echelon and below will focus on strengthening and expanding the realm of order. Warriors of the divine realm, follow the 3 echelons and attack with full force. Most of the time, it was rare for a commander to issue an order to the entire army. At this moment, an order that they had not received for a long time stunned everyone. Although they did not understand it, deep down they did not show it. In the blink of an eye, innumerable voices and shadows brushed past each other. Every unit made minor adjustments based on their own conditions, and everything was completed in an orderly manner. The vanguard and the others took over the baton to consolidate the realm of order, while the first echelon and the warriors of the divine realm raised the banner of slaughter. A combined momentum that was hundreds of thousands of times more powerful than before burst out, once again clearing the battlefield. From now on, the observers will withdraw their surveillance of the entire battlefield. All nodes and units will enter a state of alert and be wary of any changes in the abyssal death mist. Over. Yun Nuoshing raised his head, and his long hair slowly retracted. His senses that were spread across the entire front line through his soul were also withdrawn. The world of his senses shrunk from most of the void to only the void region in front of him. He slowly opened his eyes, and a magnificent aura slowly surged out of his body, turning into clouds that spread out in circles. Foam, why are you suddenly planning to go on a killing spree? Hui hurriedly floated to Yun Nuoshing's side and saw that he was activating the origin energy to prepare for a big fight. His eyes flashed, and he said in his soul, "Is there a change in the abyssal death mist?" "Not yet, but it will be soon." The girl said that the influence of the will is gradually decreasing as we advance. Its own will is weakening, and the underworld is probably struggling to regain control of the abyssal death mist. It's not a big problem now, but after a while, the abyssal death mist will enter a state of chaos. However, it will probably be a one-sided situation that will obviously just stopped the abyssal death, missed for a while, and didn't do anything to it. It will probably be suppressed soon. When this phase is over, we will have to confront the abyssal death missed head-on. It sounds like there's still some time, but I understand. After watching for so long, it's time to move. Hui nodded in understanding, then waved his hand and shouted to his people, "Everyone make way. The tyrant is about to make a move. Those who don't want to be caught in the crossfire, quickly make way for the middle and go to the side to fight." Everyone who had just exchanged glances and completed the job exchange was stunned when they heard this, and they looked at Yin Nuashing in horror. The next moment, the first, second, and third echelons, as well as the warriors of the celestial realm, covered their heads and ran away like rats, making way for the middle. Jing Yin also screamed and dragged her people away. Yin Nuashing. Why is everyone evacuating and making way as if a typhoon is passing through? How skilled are you people? Is there a set of professional evacuation training for his appearance? Forget it. I don't care about this bunch of useless people. It's going to be a big movement. Be careful. Don't use too much strength. Oh, it's too late. Maple rushed up and activated a set of 10,000 formations at the same time, lighting up the entire void. The void in front of them was so bright that it seemed as if there was an infinite amount of energy gathering, as if a new world was about to be born in front of them. Then there was a surging shock wave in the void. This void is really bright. I'm afraid that a large part of the void's rules have been destroyed. Phew, this movement is really big. Every time I see the scene of little brother fighting, it's so shocking. Jing Yin, who was leading her people back to the realm of order, turned back and saw the scene of a vast sea of light spreading out, and the wind of the void blowing in their faces messed up everyone's hair. It's even more shocking than before. As expected of the origin energy, I can feel the scene of that battle again. Huey's head popped out from behind the guardian shield, and he couldn't help but say, "Are you surprised too? I thought that no matter how exaggerated a battle at this level is, it wouldn't surprise you who are originally primeval gods." Well, after all, this kind of scene is rare in the primeval realm. Not everyone would deliberately use such a wide area attack to attack the enemy, especially. Jing Yin paused and looked at Yun Nuashing. The number of formations around her had increased to 1,000,000, and the void was still shaking. More and more formations were emerging, treating the wide area attack as a normal attack. We couldn't help but laugh dryly. Well, that's the situation after all. Usually, when fighting with an enemy of the same level and quality, most people would compress their strength and energy to the extreme to use attacks that could break through the limit. However, Maple was different. No matter who he fought, he would cause a huge commotion, especially when the more powerful the enemy, the bigger the commotion. That was caused by him compressing his energy to the extreme and breaking through the limit without any limit. Unless he officially became the primeval god, the commotion would only get bigger and bigger. However, we felt that even if he became the heavenly god of primordial beginning, the commotion would not be too small. It might even be bigger. It just looked like nothing much. But then with a bang, the whole world would be buried. Just thinking about it made his liver tremble. Anyway, the scene in front of them was more or less like that. It scared the people in echelons 1, 2, 3, and so on, 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 and so on. Probably because the commotion caused by Maple was too big. We suddenly looked up into the distance when everyone was strengthening the realm of order. Dark and blood-red clouds were gathering rapidly. They were very familiar with that commotion. Inform everyone that we have observed the gathering of the power of the abyssal death shroud. Beware of uninvited guests. Beware. Everyone looked at the gathering of clouds and clouds. That was indeed the commotion caused by the abyssal death shroud. It was probably the reinforcements from the inside that had finally arrived after a long journey. After all, that was a huge thing that occupied the entire lower plane. Even if only 1/5 of its power could be mobilized, as long as it was mobilized, it would be like water in a sponge. It could be squeezed out no matter how hard it was squeezed. However, all things lead to the void and the origin of the stars. At the same time when Hui made the announcement, Yun Nuashing also made a move. Before the abyssal death shroud was in place, she raised her hand and threw out a bright star. It created a vast galaxy in the void, which reflected the light of the thousands of magic circles. The void was really bright. Hui put his palms together and said, "I've sinned, I've sinned." "Forget it. I don't have to worry about Maple anymore. Let him mess around by himself. After the initial period of madness, he will be fine. Anyway, he knows in his heart that he can judge the situation well. He knows when to mess around and when to restrain himself." Hui suddenly remembered that Maple had mentioned before that he wanted to try out a new form after waking up this time. He turned his head and looked at the void that was filled with endless energy explosions and energy anomalies. He could not help but blush. This guy is obviously testing his new power. No wonder he made such a big commotion. If he did not mess around a little, how would he know where his limit is? Right now, the expansion of the realm of order is almost the same as the speed of consolidation. With this level of consolidation, it should not be too big of a problem to deal with the abyssal death shroud. Jingyin touched her chin and muttered, "Are you worried about encountering a special type, or the heavenly god of the underworld?" "Both, I guess." Jingyin nodded. "The second is the most important. If it is up against the heavenly god of the origin, this realm of order is too fragile. It can be pulled out without much effort. Although the existence of the origin sanctum can strengthen this realm of order to a level that is beyond the reach of ordinary means, the origin energy and the origin law are still too little. There is no way to release its complete form. It can only support the realm of order to slowly grow like it is now." Hui suddenly thought of a question. Speaking of which, the things related to the heavenly god of origin are not affected by the tide of chaos. After all, it is the things of the heavenly god of origin and the others. It contains their power, not to say that it is equivalent to their own existence, but the tide of chaos will not easily wash away and fade the things left behind by the heavenly god of origin and the others. As Jingyin said, her gaze looked ahead through the place covered by Yun Nuashing's energy flames. Suddenly she was stunned. "There is an energy source point in the abyssal death shroud?" Hui did not react, but Jing Yuanji was slightly stunned. "You remember now. Didn't you not remember the last time?" "Yes, when I came here, I used the power of order to rummage through my memory and soul for a long time. I managed to salvage a lot of memories and cognition, but they were all fragmented fragments. I barely pieced together some things based on my memories and cognition. Otherwise, I would not have been able to tell you so many things these days. Most of them are not particularly complete." Jingyin nodded and said, "By the way, the influence of the tide of chaos is a bit like erasing, covering, and clearing. So theoretically, there will be some clues left behind. It can't completely clear these things. Perhaps there are such traces left behind in this world, but none of us know. Let's not talk about that first. The energy source point is a name given by the heavenly god of origin and the others. It actually refers to a kind of phenomenon, the void. Whether it is the void of order or the void of chaos, such things exist. In the empty void, suddenly there is a stable release of all kinds of energy, rules, order, and information. It has a relatively complete, self-constructed rules, a point or a region. But since it is called an energy source point, we're used to calling it a point. Anyway, in the void, size, and whatnot. As long as you understand what I mean." "I understand." Hui nodded. "Then what is the use of this energy source point?" "Well, it's actually hard to say." Jingyin stroked her chin and shook her head. "The true form of the energy source point is unknown. It is directly formed in the void. However, it could also be formed by something collapsing after being destroyed. Its true form could be a spring, constantly spewing out energy, rules, and order. It could also be a cradle that is nurturing something. It could also be a world of light or some other second-tier void spawn. In short, there are all kinds of strange things. Because there are too many situations and there is basically no way to see through the energy source point, I can't tell you what it is for. Hui heard that and slapped his palm. Got it. It's just a random probability thing. Well, it's something of the void after all. Probability and whatnot are just like that. There are infinite possibilities and infinite impossibilities. Jing Yun grinned bitterly. Playing probability with the void was simply courting death. This place had no integrity to speak of. The void did not have the concept of integrity in the first place. Everything that happened or did not happen was a random arrangement, a random lottery, and a random lucky event would happen in a random place. Therefore, the energy source point that was born in the void, apart from its own structure and rules that were determined in the few things that appeared on the surface, everything else was very random. It was like a random box, randomly opening. He could no longer recognize the word random. This energy source point might have been in this void region in the first place, but the abyssal death shroud just happened to spread over and covered it. Jing Yun said. Hui quickly shook his head in response. No. This region was previously our lost territory. We never received any information that there was a mysterious spring here, and I think it should have been in the last few dozen million years. Jing Yuanji, when was the last time we executed a defensive encirclement? Lord Hui, that was 20 million years ago, Jing Yuanji said respectfully. Furthermore, we did not hear of anything unusual happening in the void during that period. Even in the midst of battle, the Order Void never stopped exchanging information, so we did not receive any such information. That's not right. Lord Feng and I were guarding this place, and we did not see the appearance of the energy source. Therefore, at least before the retreat 20 million years ago, the energy source should not have existed. A new energy source point, huh? Jing Yun stroked her chin and suddenly snapped her fingers. All right, Hui Jun, let's attack that place and take down the energy source point. If the abyssal death shroud really used that energy source point, as long as we take control of it, the abyssal death shroud in this area would quickly lose its support and retreat. We can also use the energy source point to strengthen the realm of order. It can be used. Huey's voice rang after Jing Yun's voice. I just took a look. There's a large group of abyssal death shroud spawns guarding the energy source point. About 70% of the abyssal death shroud spawns nearby are gathered there, but his gaze drifted towards Foam, who was showing off his prowess over there. Jing Yun also looked over in realization. Just let the lad attack. One energy cleansing should be enough to take it down. Even if we don't take it down, the abyssal death shroud would be able to continuously recover its power through the energy source point. Instead of destroying it, why not let us use it ourselves? With that energy source point, we should be able to expand the energy and range of the realm of order by 2 or 3 times. That's it. Foam, you must be listening over here. I'll leave that place to you. Yun Nuashing and the billions of formations froze, while the stars in the void shuddered. He could not help but roll his eyes, cleansing the ground. He was just planning to push through and leave nothing behind, and now he had to control his power. But the abyssal death mist spawn have surrounded that area with 30 layers and 300 layers. The layers are stacked on top of each other like a 1,000-layer pancake. My 10,000 resonating formations will at most leave you with a pile of dregs. You can't slow down now. Is there a way to satisfy both sides? As Yun Nuashing muttered, Jing Yun and Hui were trying to think of a way when the former suddenly had an idea. I have an idea, Hui. I'll open a path for you. You just have to rush in and find the energy source point to support the guardian barrier. I'll just blast it down. Hui. Chapter 1665. The abyssal death shroud had occupied a very large area of the void. There were no signs of life left in the lower plane of the order void. The aura of destruction left behind by the abyssal death shroud could almost fill up the entire void. As for what the chaotic void was like, no one knew. It had been a few eras since anyone set foot there. Since the abyssal death shroud had sealed off the lower plane, very few beings of order had set foot in the chaotic void. Occupying such a vast area of the void, the abyssal death shroud could do whatever it wanted with the void. Other than not being able to reverse the order of the void, there was no way to modify it. God knows what the underworld had gained from occupying such a large area of the void over the past 10 eras, and what they had learned from it. Just occupying such a large area of the void of order was enough to do a lot of things. Hui had such a thought when he saw the existence of the energy source. From the very beginning, the underworld had been using the power of order to deal with the world of order. Who knows how many similar energy sources there were? He remembered the weird, distorted creations left behind by the underworld in the void. Those weird things that were born from the distortion of the world of light. Until now, they were not sure if it was really as they thought, a cradle that gave birth to the abyssal death shroud. Perhaps they could find something from this energy source. It had obviously been assimilated by the abyssal death shroud. Please don't learn from me. When you're nervous, your mind is full of nonsense. It's all transmitted to me. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Can you do it or not? Humph, a man can't say he can't. Then you should go. I'm going to crash into that place in 2 minutes. Can't you see that I'm preparing myself? Hui smiled bitterly. His face was full of bitterness. But at this moment, Jing Yun had a heroic expression hanging on her face in front of the human background. That gaze, that expression, that was simply looking at him with an expression of sending him on his way. Right? Damn it. Opening the guardian barrier and taking on Maple's 10,000 formations at once. Just thinking about it made him tremble all over. Who knew what this violent void number 1 would become after being transformed by the primal chaos and the origin energy? Right now, he looked like he was just using his normal strength to blind him. He felt that Maple must have held a deep grudge against him, which was why he proposed such a plan that could deal with him as well. That part of the abyssal death shroud spawn clearly had no intention of leaving the nest. They were piling up their massive bodies to form a wall of life, using their own characteristics to continuously condense the surrounding abyssal death shroud into a thick fortress, as if intending to fight to the death. That was a good sign. Seeing how much they cared about that energy source, he was even more motivated to snatch it over. But was there really no other way? Perhaps because Hui had been standing at the edge of the realm of order for too long. Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly and shook her head. We're using the origin energy, the power of order. Even if I accidentally graze a layer of it, the most I can do is to polish your guardian barrier. What are you afraid of? Hui took a deep breath. Isn't it because you're making too much of a ruckus? Forget it. It's really a waste of time if we keep wasting time. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. The flickering energy radiance over her body gradually dimmed a little. Countless energy, threads thinner than hair, appeared over her body. Those were the chains of order that were connected to the energy array that she had painstakingly erected, used to speed up the energy flow between her body and the array. It was one of the secrets that allowed her to control such a large array of arrays at will and precisely control every single one of them without any delay. The only drawback was that the number of arrays she could pull out at one time was limited. For example, she could only pull out a dozen arrays at once. That would be the extent of hundreds of thousands of arrays. The tens of thousands of arrays before her were all stacked up little by little. However, if she was simply using 10,000 arrays at once, there was no need for that kind of control. She only needed to pull out all the arrays in one go and throw them at the enemy's face. The only drawback was that it would be a little energy consuming, and there would definitely be a lot of attacks that would be ineffective. They were just a bunch of cannon fodders. Repeatedly using 10,000 arrays at once was too much of a compliment. "I'll go with you, all right, you wishy-washy guy." Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. The chains of order emitted a light that cast a sea of light. Just as he was about to cut off the chains of order, we suddenly shouted, Don't. Just continue to fight. I'll go now." Hui waved his hand, sweating profusely. The array had been set up for so long. If it was cut off because of him, it would take a lot of effort to set up the array again. Well, think on the bright side. Isn't it just blocking one attack from the little brother? You won't die. Jing Yin patted Hui's shoulder and comforted him. Look at the degree of madness that the abyssal death mist has gathered. They must have done something shameful with that energy source. Maybe we can get a glimpse of the truth of the abyssal death mist, or something by snatching it. There will definitely be countless benefits if we can get our hands on it. Come with me. I'll let you experience firsthand what is called the firepower of an ally. We glanced at him and grabbed his arm. The divine energy turned into a golden light that wrapped around the two of them and suddenly rushed out. In the golden light, everyone vaguely heard a long cry and wail. Thinking of what was going to happen next, everyone silently put their palms together and hoped that they could come back in one piece. Yun Nuashing looked at the two of them rushing out while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. He couldn't help but sigh. Finally, we're going. I thought that we would really have to press down on the backup plan that was brewing. It's going to waste a lot of time. Well, 2 minutes shouldn't be enough for Hui and the others to do what they want. Then let's slow down a little. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, and the innumerable circles before them spun together and changed the direction of the center of the circle, leaving only one circle that was still locked onto the front. Moments later, the circle that was pointing towards all directions shone together with the innumerable energy stars, pouring torrential energy in all directions. It was an attack that did not give the enemy any time to breathe. It was as if there were streaks of aurora streaking past before their eyes like raindrops in a storm. Each streak of energy precisely destroyed the abyssal death mist until nothing was left. There was almost no wasted energy. Endless radiance flashed, and billions of energies rumbled. The radiance flared, and the dazzling scene before them was as if an army of myths was fighting here. Echelons 1, 2, 3, and so on. Well, after watching for a while, they decided to leave some of them behind while the others went to strengthen the domain of order. Staying at the edge of the domain of order and waiting for battle, that was not going to happen. Now that Lord Maple was going on a killing spree, those circles that were close to 100 million were unleashing boundless energy blasts from all directions. There was no space for them to fight, and if they went out, they would only be accidentally injured by Lord Maple's energy. Although they had rushed out, the thick barrier in front of them wasn't just for show. They estimated that they would need to gather more than a dozen energy towers and aim at the barrier for a while before they could break it. How long would it take for Maple to break it? I can feel signs that the energy belonging to the energy source is being mobilized. They should be mobilizing that energy source to strengthen their own defenses and strengthen the abyssal death mist. However, from the signs of the energy leaking, the technique is quite crude. It's just pure energy mobilization. Jingyin said, "It seems that even the underworld doesn't know how to use the energy source." That's right. It was already quite late when they discovered this thing. They probably didn't have the time to pay attention to it. Didn't the energy source exist from the beginning? We felt that there was something more to it and asked subconsciously. Jingyu nodded. The conditions of its birth are unknown, but you're right. In the beginning, it did not seem to exist in the void. It suddenly appeared very late in our era. However, I heard the answer given by the heavenly god of origin. What was it again? I don't remember the specifics, but the general idea was that the void is naturally active and has no influence or something like that. Perhaps it was because of some conditions in the void that this thing appeared. Because of what conditions, a common condition that could be drawn with an equal sign at the same time in both eras. Hui crossed his arms and pondered. A confrontation between order and chaos. I don't really remember, but that might be it. Something that happened in both eras is only a large-scale confrontation between order and chaos. Something that happened on the level of the void. Hui frowned and muttered. In the late period of the previous era, the void of order and the void of chaos were at war. There was no such thing in this era, so it could only be a confrontation between order and void. Could it be that the confrontation between the two forces of order would affect the void? Well, we'll have time to think about those things when the time comes. I'll tidy up my tattered knowledge, and perhaps I'll know more. Anyway, let's deal with the things in front first. Jing Yin reminded him. Hui nodded and shook off those unnecessary thoughts. He looked up ahead, and the sight that his eyes saw was spectacular. The energy from Maple's charge came from behind them. Countless energy torrents surrounded them and flowed forward incessantly. It made him feel like he was in the deep sea, watching countless undercurrents and bubbles streaking past him. Now they were rushing in all directions, indiscriminately bombarding the void and the abyssal death shroud. The shock waves that splashed up were in the tens of thousands, and each impact was like a tidal wave crashing into the void and the abyssal death shroud, pushing some of the abyssal death shroud back into the void. Under such indiscriminate bombardment, the abyssal death shroud had no power to fight back. Along the way, they were accompanied by rumbling energy and endless flares. Although they were not obstructed, the main show had yet to come. Maple, open a path for us. Move a little to the right. Just as Huey's voice fell, a response rang out in his mind, causing him to stare blankly. He hurriedly pushed Jing Yin to the right, and in the next instant a vast and mighty multicolored energy current that caused the void and nothingness to tremble together rumbled past a little more than 100 zhang to their left. It was as if a furious dragon of light had streaked across the void, and as it passed through, it was a scene of tremors. The abyssal death mist and manifestations that were close to this area all exploded into clouds and mist out of thin air under the influence of that excessive energy, dissipating without a trace. That energy current also very appropriately disappeared. The fortress in front of them that was surrounded by 300 layers of abyssal death shroud was blasted into a huge hole after being hit by the energy torrent. The energy shock waves from the hole melted the abyssal death shroud and dissipated into clouds. And the abyssal death shroud that was constantly condensing, seemed to hesitate and did not approach. Hui was not sure if they had stiffened, but he knew that his face was a little stiff. Hui said, "Wow, it's still so exciting." That huge hole obviously did not directly hit the innermost area. This kind of microscopic detail was difficult for Feng to grasp. Otherwise, they would not have had to make a trip here, personally. Jing Yin recalled the scene where the torrent of light streaked across the space beside them at a close distance, and said thoughtfully, "I think I know why you dared not come after so long." Hui was excited when he heard that. He shouted at Jing Yin's face, "Am I right? Am I right? You think so too, don't you? This is definitely not my fault, right? Little brother's attack is really too." Jing Yin smiled bitterly as she looked at the huge hole. Frightening. Leaving aside the digression, the distance of 10,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. When they moved closer to look the pile of abyssal death fog and manifestations in front of them, they felt even more oppressed. Everywhere they looked, there were giants that were over 10,000 feet in size. They were a mixture of scarlet and black sparkling clouds, and there were countless non-order energies surging within. Just one or two glances would make one feel oppressed. These guys were really armed to the teeth. If not for the huge hole that had been blasted open, they would not have been able to see the scene inside very clearly. Hui and Jing Yin operated their energy to prop up an energy barrier and aimed it directly at the huge hole that Feng had blasted open. Just as they were about to rush in, the enemy's fierce counterattack finally arrived. The abyssal death fog that covered the sky and covered the earth, accompanied by manifestations that changed their formations, rushed towards their faces. From the start of the battle, they had used a suicidal tactic. The allies were in front, while the manifestations behind were responsible for gathering a huge attack and blasting the allies together with Hui and the others. This kind of suicidal tactic could be used to deal with some ordinary high-level origins, but it was too difficult to stop the two of them. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Don't block the way. Hui propped up the order barrier that was covered with golden lightning and rushed forward. All the attacks and manifestations that landed on the barrier dissipated into clouds without a sound, like a golden meteor cutting through the clouds at night. The dense, abyssal death fog and manifestations could not stop the burst of golden light. Jing Yun raised her head and looked at the golden barrier. After a moment of silence, she said, "Your attack method is also very special." Hui smiled bitterly. "Anyway, I'm just a punching bag, especially when I'm only carrying a shield." He composed himself and looked around at the abyssal death fog that had used all kinds of methods to stop them from moving forward, but to no avail. The abyssal death fog around here seems to be a little different. The abyssal death fog in this area is different. They are all special versions of cannon fodder that have been strengthened by the energy source. Jing Yin said and shrugged. Cannon fodder that had been strengthened were still cannon fodder. This would not change. Hui raised his head and looked at the black tide that had drowned them. He waved his hand and made the order barrier tremble slightly. Countless golden lightning jumped and swept away the abyssal death fog nearby. Taking advantage of this moment, he hurriedly said, "Where's the energy source?" "Maple's opening is a little shallow. I can't find the right direction. Just go straight ahead." Jing Yin also took some time to deal with the approaching manifestations and abyssal death fog. She raised her finger and pointed straight ahead. "Just charge forward. The energy source is right behind that thick barrier. 2 minutes have passed. Do you want me to add another shot?" A voice suddenly sounded in Hui and Jing Yun's souls. Just listening to the content made their scalps tingle. They hurriedly shouted in unison, "F***CK, don't do anything rash. You'll really die." Nuashing spread her hands. "All right, I just saw that you were surrounded and seemed unable to move an inch, so I thought, no, there's really no need. Maple, save your energy for small cannon fodder. Just give us 2 more minutes." Oh. A simple sentence made Hui and Jingyan seem like they had been injected with chicken blood. They were too lazy to calculate their energy or anything like that. They started a massacre and charged forward with all their might. These layers of barriers were already very difficult to stop the two of them. With this, it was even more difficult to stop them. In front of the two of them who were going all out, the barriers were as fragile as paper. The tide-like abyssal death fog and manifestations were basically unable to do much as they were torn into pieces by the chaotic energy of the two of them. When the entire abyssal death fog was bombarding the domain, Yun Nuashing took the time to look at the two of them who were charging forward fiercely behind the barrier of the energy source. She could not help but grin and laugh softly. "I'm not a devil. I just said a word and you guys got so anxious." Hearing that, the little angel could not help but say, from their point of view, falling under the bombardment of friendly fire is not much better than being reaped by the devil. "So, you're about the same as the devil." Yun Nuashing, who was laughing, just now froze. She thought for a moment and stopped talking about it. She continued to cause trouble for the abyssal death fog. 1 minute and 22 seconds later, Hui and Jingyun broke through the heavy blockade and plunged into a dark space. They plunged directly into the active abyssal death fog. The rolling clouds and scarlet lightning flashed violently in front of their eyes. Now that they had drilled into the enemy's stomach, it was easy to see that they were still twitching a little. Even if 1/5 of them could move, it was the kind that could barely move. They obviously still could not fully control themselves. They did not know if it was the after effect of the influence of the will, or that they actually could not completely break free from the shackles of the strong will. What a strong aura. Jingyun frowned and waved her hand in front of her. Her eyes flashed slightly. I seem to be able to feel the aura of the will that little brother is talking about. It has faded a lot from the top to the bottom, but there are still some traces left. You can actually feel it? Hui was taken aback. He held his breath and tried to sense it. After a while, he could not feel anything. He almost farted. He shook his head a little awkwardly. I can't feel anything. Oh, because you have not come into contact with the aura of the will. It's normal that you can't feel it. For you, it's completely hidden. But for us who have felt the will, this aura is quite clear. It's just a matter of whether we can recognize it or not. As Jingyin said, she suddenly frowned again. But the aura of the will, it feels a little weird. I can't tell where it is. Let's not talk about that first. Hui quickly waved his hand and scurried around, pushing the abyssal death shroud that was following them back into the void. Hurry up and tell me where the energy source is. I'm afraid that Feng will fire a shot at us if we delay any longer. Even Jingyun shuddered at the mention of Hao Ren's shockingly destructive attack. She quickly threw away the unimportant matter and focused her senses. After a moment, she suddenly pointed her finger forward. It's right behind that cloud. There should be a final barrier inside. That has become the core of the abyssal death shroud in this area. We just need to rush in and replace that barrier. You hold the outside. I'll deal with the energy source. Okay. We quickly replied and held up the barrier. The two of them rushed forward together. It was only after they flew out that he suddenly remembered something. That's not right. Isn't she asking me to deal with Feng's attack alone? But when he saw Jing Yan's serious expression, well, he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. The order barrier that carried a normal degree of offensive power tore apart the defense of the abyssal death shroud, piercing a huge hole in the black shroud that was flashing wildly in red. When they broke into the final layer of defense, we felt that the violent feeling of the abyssal death shroud was even more obvious. The passage behind them quickly closed as soon as it opened, intending to trap them there. But to be honest, unless all the abyssal death shroud in this area of the void was concentrated to deal with him alone, it would not stop them. Clang! Golden light and circles of golden and red ripples surged out crazily in front of his eyes, making Hui slightly startled. He stretched his hand out of the barrier and poked at the space in front of him. He couldn't help but say, I don't know what I've touched. I've never seen this barrier before. Is it the energy source you mentioned? It should be the defense mechanism of the energy source itself. But it may be a little more complicated after being occupied by the abyssal death shroud. Jingyun quickly went forward and pressed her hand on the special barrier that only rippled after it collided with Hui's barrier. A burst of energy leaped out from her fingertip and quickly drew something in the air, something that he could not understand anyway. Then she quickly pressed it on the barrier in front of them. The energy source that has been tainted with the breath of the abyssal death shroud. It's a special model. We can study it, but now we have to get rid of the breath that does not belong to it and restore it to its original, purest state. Hui Gang made a no sound. Suddenly he felt something behind him. Without looking back, he threw the guardian's sword out. Suddenly there was a burst of golden light and golden flames all over the sky. They're going crazy. You done? Hurry up. You're really a little too fast. I thought it would take 2 or 3 minutes. Hui said, TCH, it's just a barrier that can break through instinctive defense. Can it be more difficult to deal with than the forces of chaos? Jingyun grinned and waved her hand. After a moment, she smiled embarrassedly. The main thing is that I'm a little slow. I'm worried that you'll shoot at me. Ha! Hui laughed wantonly and quickly followed him into the barrier of the energy source point. The scene in front of him. Forget it. Let's not care about it first. You go and deal with that gray thing that looks like something. I'm going to set up the defense. Huey's body was overflowing with golden light. 2 guardian shields were placed in front of him. A thick, crystallized barrier spread out with him as the center and instantly replaced the barrier of the energy source. After that, she sank her breath into her dantian and found Maple's soul seed. She shouted, "Maple! Fire! Fire at me!" Yun Nuashing's face stiffened, and a black line instantly drooped down from his forehead. The magic circles that were originally facing in all directions all swooshed forward, and after a moment of delay, billions of energy torrents whizzed past with the light of Genesis. Chapter 1666. What? You're putting on a tragic drama now, aren't you? You're even firing at me. Why don't you just stand there and let me do it again? I'll definitely aim accurately this time. In the domain of the abyssal death shroud, waves of destructive energy caused by void tremors raged in the black clouds. The impact of the order domain had temporarily stopped, and Yun Nuashing had the magic circle to stand by his side. He did not continue to attack the abyssal death shroud, but there were still scenes of endless energy bursting out one after another. The abyssal death shroud in this void domain had a chain reaction due to the lack of a certain special factor. They could not even stabilize themselves and were disintegrating in the void. Everyone carried the order domain and walked forward steadily in the sky full of energy flames, and could not help but sigh as they looked at the scene around them. Most of the abyssal death shroud that was born from the energy source would also die when the energy source was destroyed or taken away. Just like every unit under a node's control, they would lose control when the node was lost, unless they could evolve into each unit with independent intelligence or even more souls. At the very least, they would have to be a collection of consciousness of a soul. In the end, the abyssal death shroud uses the energy source, and it's their own fault that they self-destruct when the energy source is taken away. After all, they are just puppets without brains or souls, one-time consumables. Using the energy source to strengthen them to a certain level would naturally cause a chain reaction due to its disappearance. "We don't have such worries," Jingyan explained as he looked at the sky full of fireworks. Then he looked back and saw Hui holding his head and smiling. In front of Hui Jun was the young man who was rolling his eyes. It seemed that Hui Jun was being scolded, although he also felt that the fire at me was a little too heroic, and even he felt that he was about to be killed by friendly fire in the void and would dissipate into a ball of light before he could enter his coffin. "All right, young man." Hui Jun probably just wanted to set off the atmosphere. "He's still attacking, so let him go." Jing Yun stepped forward and said. Yun Nuashing glanced at him, scratched his head and sighed. "You don't know, this guy is very cunning. You never know what kind of shocking words he will say next time. If you don't teach him a lesson now, he will be even more unscrupulous next time." "Ah, then you guys can continue." "No, let's not care about him." Yun Nuashing shook her head and glanced at a certain guardian who had been pretending to be stupid. She rolled her eyes and sighed. "I'll beat you up again next time. I'll let it go this time. Let's take a look at the current situation." The energy source had already broken free from the control of the abyssal death shroud. The abyssal death shroud and its manifestations that were originally formed by the energy source were also gradually releasing fireworks on their own. It was equivalent to the collapse of an absolute order, causing the abyssal death shroud in this area to rapidly disintegrate. Countless energies exploded out of thin air and dissipated in the void. No one knew how many things they had done with the energy source before this. But the only thing that could be seen was that it was very vast. The scene was so vast that it made one's liver tremble. "What's the situation with the energy source?" With a wave of her hand, Jingyan took out a crystal sphere wrapped in a transparent barrier. At the center of the crystal sphere was a vortex condensed from faint blue clouds. At the center of the vortex was a glinting white light that resembled a cluster of galactic clouds. But at first glance, she did not quite understand. "It's a little like the mouth of a spring." The energy gushing out of it all originates from the void, but it's energy that has been processed by its own laws. It feels like a little like a world core. She could see a little of it with a second glance, but only a little. However, a normal world core wouldn't emit laws and order outwards. Only in the aspect of energy would it appear similar. That's why there's a saying that it's an incomplete world core. However, we're still used to calling it an energy source, Jingyan explained. Incomplete world core. Does that mean it's a half-formed world core? That's why it would spew laws and order outwards like a fish spitting out bubbles. However, it has lost its own world, and only the world core remains. These laws and order have lost their roots and drifted away into the void. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment and roughly understood the origin of this name. However, it was still different from the normal world core. Without a special method to deal with it, the world core and the world itself were connected in a series. If one side died, the other would follow. The time difference in the whole process was no more than 11 seconds. A failed origin world would not have a situation where only one world core was left. They would all return to the void together. From this point of view, the energy source point and the world core had nothing to do with each other. The name was probably just for the sake of understanding in the early stages. Taking the energy source from Jingyan, Yun Nuashing stared at it for a while but could not see anything too strange. But it was hard to see and understand, and that was strange. There was nothing too special about it. It looked just like a normal, bubbling energy spring. It felt similar to the star spirit spring that he had inexplicably fished up last time. It must be because he could not see through its essence. After looking at it for a while, Yun Nuashing handed it to Jingyan. How do you use this thing? Just use normal energy to bind it in the sanctum of origins. We have a small amount of origin energy and origin precepts, so we don't need its energy, order, and precepts. What we want is its own characteristics, which can make the realm of order spread and consolidate faster. But we don't need to suppress that part. It's better than nothing. Jingyan glanced at the abyssal death shroud that was still playing with fireworks. After confirming that they would not need to fight for a while, she took the energy source and walked towards the sanctum of origins. Then I'll go deal with it first. After watching Jingyan walk into the sanctum, Yun Nuashing looked away and frowned as he rubbed his bangs. Hui saw this and quickly came up to him. What's wrong, Feng? Is there a problem with that thing? No, the problem. I didn't find anything wrong with it. It's just that, from my point of view, it feels like something is not right. Should I say it's too normal? Or maybe it's because I think it's too normal. I keep having the feeling that this thing is not that simple. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Maybe I'm overthinking. Aside from a layer of grayness on my senses, I don't feel anything wrong. Since the origin energy and the annihilation energy did not feel anything wrong, there should be no problem. Hui rolled his eyes and suddenly clapped his hands. It's a typical feeling of having high expectations and then being disappointed. Probably, Yun Nuashing said, there was no need to fight for the rest of the journey. It was as festive as a festival where silver flowers and fiery trees bloomed all over the sky. Every abyssal, death, shroud, and spawn in the void region before them had all fallen into self-destruction. They had already walked millions of miles, and the destruction and collapse were still happening. The speed at which they passed was probably the same as the speed at which the abyssal death shroud was spreading after losing control of its energy source. Everywhere they went, it was a scene of universal celebration. I thought it would be the same as the speed of the transmission of rules, but it would all crumble in an instant, leaving nothing but empty space behind. Yun Nuashing repeatedly waved his hand to have the thousands of magic circles gather energy, and then threw a thought to stop them whenever he saw the energy flares. How long would this last? He could not help asking. That depends on how much they have done with the energy source over the years. Jingyan looked up into the distance. The spectacular self-destruction had been going on for more than 2 hours, and it certainly looked tragic. Still, when she thought about how the energy source had been occupied for at least millions of years, or at most 20 million years, she suddenly felt that it was not that surprising. An energy source that directly transforms void energy and unleashes rules and order. Let alone millions of years, even a few dozen thousand years would be enough for them to do a lot of things. It would be enough for them to spread tens of millions of worlds and fill an entire void region. If not for the problem with the abyssal death shroud itself, I don't think it would be that easy to take down that energy source. Even 1/5 of it that could move could be surrounded like that. If they were not affected at all, wouldn't they have to attack for a while? I think it would be more likely for them to carry it away. Yun Nuashing turned towards Hui. That thing is mobile. Oh, you're right. Hui slapped his forehead. Since the front line they were advancing on was in a bloodless state, Yun Nuashing thought about it and once again monitored the situation of the entire void front line. There was no trouble in other places as well. That 1/5 of the abyssal death shroud that was not moving well could not stop the advance of the worlds of order. Apart from them, the advance of other nodes was rather uniform, and they were the only ones who rushed into the depths like a thorn. They had to see how far the energy source affected, and had no choice but to keep chasing. They had also left a teleportation energy mark behind them, and their escape route was unimpeded unless the Chaos Spectres personally blocked their escape route. Then they would just have to accept their fate. It was also because of the abyssal death shroud's near-crippling effect that Yun Nuashing did not continue to think of a conspiracy, no matter how smooth things were going. Who would throw out such a scheme to cut off one's own arm first? A trick of self-injury? This was not just flesh but bone. Judging from the self-destruction along the way, he was sure that this energy source had been toyed with by the death mist of the abyss for many years. If there were no accidents, it would continue to torment it in the future. Therefore, if it was really a conspiracy, then it could only be that it had gone too far. Still, there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, the attack this time was launched because the abyssal death shroud was obviously having problems. If they had arranged 8 million elite troops to guard the front line, they would not have taken the initiative to attack the abyssal death shroud even if they had nothing better to do. Under such circumstances, there was only one outcome for an early battle, an endless battle, and the defensive line would keep retreating. Lord Maple, there's an unknown energy explosion in the abyssal death shroud. It seems to be the abyssal death shroud's self-destruction. The report that rang in Yun Nuashing's mind snapped him out of it. It seemed that the abyssal death shroud and its spawns that had escaped from the current area had rushed to the front line of the void where the other nodes were guarding and killed themselves along the way. He guessed that the commotion caused by their self-destruction might have also involved some of his own people. You can think of it as the collapse of the node chain. It started from here. Don't be nervous. Similar information came one after another. Yun Nuashing had no choice but to explain to everyone once before this information was dealt with by them. Maple in front. Look in front. We suddenly moved to his side and pointed ahead with a lowered voice. Yun Nuashing looked up, and his pupils contracted slightly. Standing in the void, amidst the dazzling energy explosion that filled the void, a huge black unknown object was illuminated. It was a half-melted hybrid that looked like a mixture of melted ice cream and vomit before being dyed with a bucket of ink. It was disgusting enough to look at, and it was even steadily emanating the presence of the abyssal death shroud, which made everyone feel even more disgusted. It's that distorted creation. Why would it be brought here? Yun Nuashing's expression turned serious. The distorted creations that they created in the underworld were all formed by the world core of the world of order through some completely unreasonable means. It was not a good thing, but they could not figure out what it was used for. Speaking of which, it had been quite some time since they last saw that half-melted thing, and they suddenly missed it a little when they saw it again. A distorted creation formed by the distortion of the world of order, and formed through the constant collision and recombination of the rules. Indeed, its presence is leaning towards the side of chaos. Jingyun nodded as she listened to Yun Nuashing and Hui. But this one looks a little different from what we've seen before. This one's degree of evolution is probably better, and the energy it emanates is more stable, Hui said, and his eyes suddenly flashed, and the corner of his mouth pulled into a strange smile. Now that the abyssal death shroud was not under control, and this thing appeared before them, they could cut it into pieces, and then distorted creation. Yun Nuashing murmured and subconsciously raised her hand, and all the magic circles around her resumed their rotation, and energy gathered. Destroy, destroy! Anyway, they had already destroyed many of these things, and it was not a problem to destroy one more. Hearing his words, Hui suddenly jumped up and hurriedly shouted from the side, Hey, wait a minute, Feng! This is a good opportunity. Yun Nuashing's hand paused, and she looked at Hui, puzzled. What opportunity? Didn't we talk about it when we destroyed these distorted creations in the lower plane? But the place was not good at that time, and no matter what we discussed, we could not implement it. But now, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hui shook his head and threw away all the unnecessary words and went straight to the point. There's a distorted creation in front of us that the underworld has no time to deal with for the time being, and it's right here. Let's do it this way, and trap it in a place that is completely isolated from the order and rules of the outside world, and then slowly dismantle it. Maybe we can find out something. I know, that's a good guess, but at this time, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and cast her gaze to the front. Even if we don't talk about the thing itself, it's already very hard to destroy it without attracting their attention. And if we want to bring it over, there's a 70% chance that it will attract the attention of the underworld. What if we're caught by them and then they come here? At this time, if a person suddenly appears, I think the situation may not be too good, and eliminating the spoils of war is a small matter. About this, don't worry. Hui gave a thumbs up and grinned. I've explored a little, and there's a way to use the absolute power of order to completely cover it up and make sure that no one in the underworld knows what we're doing and what this distorted creation has become. Don't worry. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. Come. Feng, you first aim at the void in front, at the coordinates that I've pointed out for you. Aim at those few places, and use the rule destruction to hit them. Later, I'll go and bring it over. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at him. The coordinates shown in the spiritual communication was a completely empty place, and if she threw a torrent of energy at that place, there should be no way to destroy the distorted creation unless the energy torrent was wide enough. That's right, it was just hitting the distorted creation in a circle. What was Hui thinking? Could it be because of the Guardian's perspective? What did he see? Forget it, let's just hit it first. Although Hui did not run away, he was still very relieved when he did things properly. Yun Nuashing nodded and waved her hand to let the magic array aim at the few positions where Hui came out from. After a few seconds, tens of thousands of energy torrents were condensed in a focused form and blasted at those few points. In an instant, the torrents penetrated the void, and when they penetrated the void next to the distorted creation, Yun Nuashing suddenly trembled. She obviously came into contact with the feeling of something being destroyed, but she could not see it at all with her eyes. It seemed that some rules were being destroyed, but it was not the same feeling, probably because the rules of the distorted creation itself were being distorted. After the tens of thousands of energy torrents roared, the distorted creation suddenly trembled, and then the dazzling dark light emitted from inside suddenly shrank, and its size suddenly shrank. Hui took this opportunity to launch an attack, like a comet streaking across the distorted creation the size of a giant planet, and then the distorted creation disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment, and the domain next to her trembled, and Hui's figure emerged. Yun Nuashing and Jingyun both looked at him, and he waved at the two of them, showing a shiny smile of 800 stars, and opened his palm to show the thing in front of them. Look, what is this? Yun Nuashing looked at it, and the thing in his hand was a half-melted ice cream wrapped in a transparent crystal ball. Ah, it was the distorted creation, but it had been shrunk to this size and packaged as an ornament and looked lifelike. If it was magnified a few million times, it would be the size of the giant planet just now. Jing Yun blinked her eyes, feeling exceptionally surprised as she said, "Is this the barrier of the energy source? You imitated it so quickly?" "It's not an imitation, it's the original, and it's exactly the same as the barrier of the energy source." Hui held his arms and raised his head proudly. "I used the Guardian's barrier to block it and accidentally analyzed it completely, and then found that it could be used for isolation. Actually, it was used to protect its own cradle, but I used it as an isolation space, and it can isolate most of the void, rules, and order to a large extent. It's the castrated and reduced version of the immune space. Amazing it can do to this extent the Guardian's authority." Half-half. Hui saw that Foam kept looking at him like he was a maggot and smiled sheepishly, but he still could not suppress the smile on his face. "I can clearly see how it spread out its roots and took root in the void. Foam, what you just destroyed was its roots, and then I went to pull it out. Very simple, right?" Yun Nuashing. "So, what are you going to do with it?" "Of course, I'm going to blow it up," Hui said matter-of-factly, and then quickly handed the thing in his hand to Jing Yun. "And then let a more professional person explain it to us." "I have no problem with that." Yun Nuashing nodded. Jing Yun knew more than them, even if that part of it was washed away by the tide of chaos. You guys are obviously more familiar with this thing." Okay, I know it needs the knowledge of our era." Jing Yun smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Then tell me more about this distorted creation. I might be able to deduce something." But to be honest, they did not know much about the distorted creation, and it was estimated that they were not much better than Jing Yun. So they told Jing Yun all the information, the result of the deduction, probably the confirmed information, the result of the conjecture and the phenomena seen. They were all thrown to Jing Yun, and were not afraid of confusing him. As Jing Yun listened, he fiddled with the crystal ball in his hand, peeling off the shell layer by layer with energy, bit by bit exploring every line, every ray of light, and even a small structure, and then his expression became a little more serious. Yun Nuashing saw that his expression was not right, and gradually became serious, and when she came over, she strengthened the seal of the domain of order. This thing is a bit like the node of the sanctum of origin, but its energy is at the level of chaos, so it should be called a chaos node. Jing Yun lowered his head and stared at a part of the thing in the crystal ball, his brows knitted together. "This is just a part. The other part, it is like a small sealed world that gathers the abyssal death, mist, void energy, rules, and order. A bit like a cradle. It should be trying to breed something in it." Yun Nuashing and Hui were stunned when they heard that, and their expressions became serious. Jing Yun continued, "If, as you said, this distorted creation is all over the void, they may want to use this small node to set up a huge energy vein in the void. What will happen then?" Hui gulped and quickly asked. Jing Yun looked at him with a serious expression and said seriously, "In the past, the Empyrean god of origin used the sanctum of origin to set up an origin domain that covered the entire void of order. The entire void of order, as long as it was known and discovered, would be filled with the presence of energy strengthened by the origin energy, so that the entire void of order would have the power to resist the void of chaos, the abyssal death mist node that is similar to the origin node, set up all over the void. These two, and the previous speculation, make me have to suspect that brother, once the underworld and the other's big net is completed, then the void of orders already. Small chance of victory, maybe even..." Yun Nuashing slapped his head with a headache. Here it comes again, this kind of terrible news again. How many types of powers do they have under their control? Hui patted him on the shoulder with a pale face. "Don't forget, there is still the power of chaos." Yun Nuashing. "Would it kill you not to deliberately remind me at this time?" Chapter 16, 67. What did it feel like to deal with an enemy that could not be seen or touched? There should not be much difference between the normal types. At most, the enemy would have the upper hand and be completely confused about what the enemy was doing. They could only be forced to fight back. They would not be able to move until the enemy jumped out to cause trouble. They would be in a defensive state for a long time. If it was a special type, including the above, there would be some other special things, such as the underworld. Because the underworld did not mess around with normal things, they had to deal with the underworld attack as much as possible to find out what the underworld was doing in the void. Otherwise, they would not be able to clean up the mess after the war. Although from memory, the void came out to clean up the battlefield not long after the war. That was not the point. The point was that they had to deal with the underworld's mess in the void, such as the strange things that they created with the power of the god of origin, the strange things that they created with the power of the chaos concept body, and the strange things that they were originally a strange thing. All of these needed to be dealt with. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy to be able to fight and retreat at the same time. Their understanding of the underworld was almost all guesswork. The little information they had was obtained from Chi, Hao, and the fledgling. The two of them were still locked in the two spaces and had not woken up until now. Their consciousness had probably given up struggling, so they could not get any more information from them. In the past, even if they came into contact with the underworld, they might not be able to recognize it. Even if they recognized it, they were not sure if they could recognize it. There was no such thing in their knowledge at all. So now, the appearance of Jingyin and the rest had solved Yin Nuashing and the rest's urgent problem. Thanks to them, the quality and quantity of information about the underworld should be improved in the future. Not long after returning to the world of order, there were frequent high-energy explosions, which made Yin Nuashing and Hui feel a little unbearable. An invisible enemy who had the upper hand was very troublesome to deal with in all aspects. Yin Nuashing thought of the chaos specter again and felt a little headache. Phew! Now we should be glad that only we know it's not too late. Hui smiled bitterly. Probably it's not too late, although I think it's already very late. Yin Nuashing rubbed her forehead and objected. It's already the middle to the end of the 51st era. God knows how many of these things the underworld has created in the void in the past 10 eras. Well, the first 10 eras were probably bumpy, constantly perfecting and researching. It was not until recently that they created a more perfect, distorted creation. God knows how many of these things the underworld has mass-produced recently. Hui smiled bitterly and turned to look at Jingyin, who was still staring at the distorted creation. If that big net is formed, the entire void of order will be dragged into the domain of the underworld, and the abyssal death mist will be able to do whatever it wants in the world of order without holding back. That's about it. Jingyin nodded and quickly said when she saw the serious expression on their faces, "But there's no need to be so nervous. They can't place the nodes in the upper plane under such circumstances. As long as there aren't enough abyssal death mist nodes in the void of order, they won't be able to cover the entire void of order and affect the upper plane that doesn't have nodes. As for placing a domain in their own domain, well, it would at most make the power of the abyssal death mist stronger. The first one is fine as long as the ceiling circle doesn't explode. But the one at the back, how much stronger would it be? If they completely copied the method of the heavenly god of origin and the others, well, that's unlikely. I'll just include that part in the error, and after some calculations about 30%, staring at Jingyun's 3 fingers, Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. Surrender? Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and patted Yin Nuashing on the shoulder. Surrender? I'm willing to join the abyssal death mist. Jingyin, ahem, that's enough joking. Hui coughed dryly and waved his hand. Holding his breath, he said, "This net shouldn't have taken shape yet, right? Can you find out the situation on their side from this node? For example, how many nodes have been placed, or how many nodes are missing to piece the net together? You're making things difficult for me. This is just a node. At most, I know where it's connected to, and it's just a rather vague direction. Jing Yun shook her head. This node isn't as complete as the node in the Temple of Origin. To put it bluntly, it's a shoddy thing. So many things that should be there are. Well, I don't see them anyway. Keep exploring and see if you can find anything. For example, the cradle you mentioned. Try and see if you can find out what's inside, Yun Nuashing said softly, waving her hand to activate all the circles. It's about time to continue. Hui and Jing Yun both looked up. It was then that they realized that in the short time they were conversing, the frequent energy bursts around them had become so sparse that they were almost completely gone. A vast expanse of empty void appeared before them, and the stormy cloud wall formed by the abyssal death mist stared at them from afar. The collapse of the abyssal death mist, caused by the loss of control of the energy source, had ended. Everything that should have been blown up had been blown up, and what was left was the abyssal death mist that had nothing to do with the energy source. Yun Nuashing began to operate the circles. Seeing that they had no intention of attacking, and considering that the abyssal death mist was still 80% out of control and 20% out of control, she suddenly said, "Should we push the void seal here and sort out the situation in the territory, huh?" Hui muttered, pinching his chin. "That's possible. First, consolidate the realm of order. Push the void seal here and put the new territory under the control of the world of order. Purify it. Now, we've stretched the front line too far, and it's the enemy's territory in front of us and behind us. Although we've left some energy towers to interfere, it's still easy to cut off our path. We could teleport directly back to the void seal, but that would mean that the land we just conquered would be for nothing. Then let's stabilize this part of the territory first." Yun Nuashing nodded. With a wave of her hand, a circle adjusted its direction and pointed above the void. Moments later, a beam of energy accompanied by dozens of spiraling energies shot out from the circle, dispelling the gloom of the void like a beacon. When they saw the beacon appear, everyone's expression turned serious. They quickly ran to the bottom of the energy towers and adjusted the energy output of the energy towers. After about 10 seconds, dozens of energy light pillars shot up into the sky, accompanied by the huge beacon emitting light towards the void. The presence of the beacon has been confirmed. Now let the void seal push forward. Everyone, clear the area and switch the energy output of the energy towers. Either way, clear the area first. Open the path, open the path. Let's hurry up and get those ghastly things away from here. We're going to let the void seal push forward. Purify the territory in front of us and let the power of order spread to where we set foot. Clear the area. Ignore the rest of the death shroud of the abyss for now. We have plenty of ways to wipe them out once they're sucked into the realm of order." Hui heaved a sigh of relief when he heard a series of responses in his soul. He then took out the Guardian's shield and threw it into the beacon constructed by Maple. Suddenly, a sacred aura appeared in the energy that was emitting the signal of order to all parts of the void. It spread out along with the signal that was emitted to the entire front line of the void. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've seen something like this. In the past, when we were on an expedition to the Void of Chaos, we also used this method to occupy the Void of Chaos." Jing Yun looked at the scene with some nostalgia surging on her face. She could not help but sigh. A quick and convenient method. Well, the method that we found out from the bottom-level information of the realm of the gods is indeed very useful. The Void Seal was also constructed using more or less the same method. Without that part of the guidance, we might not be able to use this level of territory. We could not help but nod. Just like the energy vein that was mentioned earlier, they also used a similar method to deal with the problem of territory and territory. With the beacon as the lead, they spread out the energy with the imprint of order. All the nodes scattered across the front line of the void would resonate with this energy and become the energy source of the beacon. The energy would continue to spread out. The energy would spread out and leave a unique imprint of energy in the void, the dimension of the real world, and the concept layer of the rules. When the time is right, these imprints would close up and form a temporary territory, turning the place that the imprint encircled into their territory. As for the other forces that existed in the territory, that was not a problem. As the encircled territory was already controlled by the power of order, the abyssal death shrouds that were trapped here would also cut off all contact with the main forces behind. The only thing that was left here were just trapped beasts that could not escape. They just needed to spend a little effort to exterminate them. However, the temporary territory and the void seal would not merge into one for the time being. First of all, they still had to completely clean up all the abyssal death shrouds in the temporary territory. Only after all the effects of the battle between the two forces of order would the temporary territory and the void seal merge into one. This part was generally left to the realm of order to deal with. They could continue to move forward while waiting. Fighting and absorbing the territory would not interfere with either. Confirmed that the realm of order has closed. From now on, we will begin to exterminate the abyssal death shrouds that are trapped in the territory. As Yun Nua was the beacon, they had advanced much further than the other teams at the other nodes. This time, it would probably take a lot of time to clean up. However, the other nodes could handle it. They didn't need to worry about things in the realm of order. How's the distorted creation? We made sure that there were no accidents. He then looked at Jingyin. Did you find anything? I'm actually feeling rather strange right now. Jingyin had a strange expression on her face. Its level of encryption isn't very high. I even feel that the underworld did not intend to encrypt it at all. These energy arrays used for concealment, and concealment seem to have been casually placed on it. They seem to have vacated this space to allow the most important part to evolve faster. But that's where the problem lies. After I opened it up, I realized that there isn't much useful information inside. Yun Nuashing and Hui. I can vaguely sense that there are a few hundred energies that resonate with it in the void. This number is very normal. Furthermore, they are all in the middle and lower planes. That's not a problem. After that, there aren't any more. The cradle doesn't even have any reaction. It's blurry. There isn't even a strand of hair. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Although she no longer had any expectations, she still subconsciously asked, is the cradle nurturing life or something else? Can you tell from this? The cradle could not only nurture life, it could also nurture something else. For example, a stillbirth. Nonsense. What he wanted to say was that the situation in the cradle was very complicated. Due to the state of primordial chaos, many of the structural rules had yet to take shape. It was very difficult to figure out what was inside without the structural rules. However, even if they could not figure it out, it did not mean that Jingyin could not figure it out as well. She was a big shot who stood in a completely different realm. She was not someone that the small origins and the new primeval could compare to. Let me see. Jingyin replied. She lowered her head and looked at the distorted creation that had turned into a crystal ball. After a while, she looked up. If I'm not wrong, it should be life. There are a few rules that are still in primordial chaos that are emitting very weak life waves. Abyssal death mist life forms. Yun Nuashing murmured softly. Hui and Jing Yuanji could not help but turn to look at her. It is indeed a cradle formed with the abyssal death mist as the main carrier. Although it is mixed with the rules of order and primordial chaos, the influence should not exceed the former. Jing Yun first nodded in response, then said, but whether this strange energy can give birth to life like other energies is another matter altogether. I've seen very little of this kind of tangled and mixed primordial chaos, so theoretically speaking it should be impossible. Yun Nuashing shook her head. There are two. Abyssal death, mist life forms. There are two. Oh, that's normal. After all, this void is just a dice game. No matter how much theory you have, you can't mess with the void. Moreover, there are many traces of the underworld's people making changes in the cradle. It is understandable that there is a 1 in a billion chance. Jing Yun nodded when she heard that. She had seen many big scenes. This was not surprising. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoxing curiously. Where are they? Can I have a look? Yun Nuoxing blinked her eyes. The expression on her face changed for a moment. Then she nodded. She said yes. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden divine light appeared behind Yun Nuoxing. It was as if the clouds were parted to reveal the sun. Endless golden light shone down, illuminating the void. A girl with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters quietly appeared behind him. She appeared in front of everyone's eyes along with the golden ashes that were scattered here. The little angel nodded at Jing Yun. Her golden eyes fluttered slightly. She casually greeted, "Hello." It lives in your soul." Jing Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. He scanned the little angel from head to toe for a moment. Then he looked down at the distorted creation in his hand. "Oh, so that's how it is. It is not considered a primordial life. It is only a life form that is mainly carried by the abyssal death mist. It is not an attempt to catalyze the abyssal death mist into a primordial life. Well, the probability of the birth of a primordial life is so low that it is disgusting. If one were to use such conditions to catalyze it, the probability would be thousands of zeros after the decimal point. The former was a part of the normal process of the void itself evolving into a world. As for the latter, it was a man-made miracle. It was almost impossible. But the nature of the void, forget it. It was more or less the same thing. He was too lazy to complain. However, he already knew that the little angel was not a primordial life. It was just that it sounded like it at first glance. In fact, it had skipped the step of the void evolving into a world and let the void mix energy and rules to directly evolve into a life form. It was using the latter as a hotbed and cradle. But in fact, it was a normal life form that was born from a world. It was just that in the process, the world that was the bed was kicked away and replaced with a blanket. In essence, there was a huge difference between it and a primordial life. Let's put it this way. The process of a normal world evolving into a life form was a complete package. Order, rules, structural rules, these were all arranged. But the primordial life, before it was born and descended into the real world, it was uncertain. The former was shaped and grew, while the latter was shaped and then grew. He felt that he should have figured it out. Since there was no foundation of a world, the only similarity was that the scene of them crawling out of their mother's womb was very similar. Ugh. The little angel gritted her 2 canine teeth and stared at Yun Nuoxing. The golden Mei-Mao flashed vigorously, sending him a message that said, "If you think of these weird things again, I will bite you later." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and stuck out his tongue. His mind had accidentally wandered. "Did you see anything?" "Not yet." Jing Yun shook her head. "Even if I know something, I can't figure out what the underworld wants to do in such a short time. However, I don't even need to think about it. Since they want to create a life form from the abyssal death fog, it must be useful. You'd better hide her well. My spiritual world is still quite safe." Yun Nuoxing shrugged. After a moment, he said, "Unless I want to die." Hui and Jing Yun. The so-called safest place was also the most dangerous place. Judging from the frequency of this guy seeking death, they felt that the little angel had always been living in an abyss of suffering. The little angel came out and walked around. When she found that she had nothing to do, she returned to Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world. Before she went back, she whispered a sentence in a low voice. "The speed of that will is accelerating. If you have any plans, you'd better hurry." Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other. They looked up at the abyssal death fog in the distance, and then looked back at the transparent realm of order. They all fell silent. At this moment, the temporary realm of order was still being cleaned up. Should they continue to fight, or let's continue to fight? Yun Nuoxing spoke in the next second. "It's already an unexpected gain that the void sealing circle could be pushed back by some distance. For the time being, let's not think about the outside world. We have to arrange this part of the territory first, and then for the rest of the time, we nodded in understanding. He turned around and took out the guardian's sword and shield. Next, we'll start a massacre, right? If we can kill as many as we can, it's a sure win. Just as I said at the beginning, in order to maximize the results of the battle, other than the territory, there's only killing. Then next, no need to plan, no need to discuss. Just fight. Hui was about to discuss how to fight when a colorful light flashed in front of him. Feng's figure disappeared. After a moment, in the distant void, huge stars appeared from the void. Along with them, hundreds of millions of magic circles spread out in front of them. It looked very spectacular. In just a moment, endless energy rushed into the abyssal death fog, causing a series of huge energy explosions. Is Feng getting carried away? Hui smiled bitterly. I think he's quite excited. He's used his new power well. Jingyin shrugged her shoulders. Then she waved her hand and gathered her group of people. All right, we'll also find a place to cause a ruckus. We won't stay together with the little brother. It's too dangerous there. Hui smiled bitterly for a moment. After watching Jing Yin go out to fight, he realized that he was the only one left. Jing Yuanji ran out to help Feng without fear of death. According to the original plan, echelons 1, 2, 3 follow me out to fight. The rest of you continue to consolidate the realm of order and clear all the remaining energy of the abyssal death fog as soon as possible. Hui waved his hand and shouted loudly. Those guys who were watching Feng's performance in the realm of order all stood up. Their faces were red like the spring breeze. They were so excited that Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Because of the existence of Feng, their team's killer, the others didn't seem to have anything to do. They were either watching a show or watching a show. Now that they finally got the order to attack, they were inexplicably happy. Maple occupied the most important position at the front. That was where all kinds of energy anomalies and all kinds of apocalyptic scenes were occurring. It was impossible for them to get close to it. If they did, they would be killed. Jingyin led her people to advance from Maple's left side. Their speed was about the same, so they could attack from the right side. For hours had passed since they attacked the abyssal death fog. At this moment, the abyssal death fog's recovery speed was gradually increasing. Everyone knew that and fought especially hard. Everyone wanted to use this battle to tilt the scales of victory a little, especially Yin Nuoxing and the others. Yes, everyone thought so. But the future, it sounded so ironic. Chapter 1668. The battle in the void was actually quite dull. There was no fixed location, no sight of water and sky, no horizon, no galaxy, and no starry sky. There was only endless darkness that settled in time, as well as scenes of destruction that flickered wildly in the darkness. They were already used to it. Whether it was the 100 million years or the longer time they fought in the void, they had gotten used to the dullness of fighting in the void. They watched as the abyssal death shroud and the spawns rolled toward them, and then blasted out a wave of sweeping energy to cleanse the entire field before them. Soon enough, the swollen and disgusting spawns charged forward again, and were once again swept clean by a torrent of energy. The cycle went back and forth, but it was only when the abyssal death shroud was still not quite right. In the past, well, it would have been the kind where the spawns would stick together and choke each other. Sweeping and whatnot would not have existed. The abyssal death shroud's energy is rising again and has recovered to a third of its normal state. The pressure on the front lines is gradually increasing, but it is still within an easily manageable range. The abyssal death shroud in the temporary domain is still unchanged. They are a portion that was separated from the group and maintain their isolated state without being strengthened. Everyone, please hurry up and clear them out. Those who are free, please help stabilize the two domains. The range of the domain is too wide. What the hell, they're playing hide and seek. Those that are out of control are running marathons, and I've chased them across a void region. It had been 4 hours since such information was received. The temporary domain of order was rather stable, and they did not chase the abyssal death shroud into the depths. Instead, they simply stood guard at a single point and spread their domain into the shape of a long bridge. Then, using themselves as a bridgehead fortress, they firmly rooted themselves in the void and destroyed the enemies that kept surging forward in an orderly manner without any hindrance. Blocking the bridge and bombarding the abyssal death shroud that kept coming towards them appeared rather heroic at first glance. However, Hui-Yi turned his head. Boom, 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 boom. The violent tremors of laws caused the entire void to resonate rhythmically. Billions of spell formations and thousands of energy stars turned into the most luxurious of energy arrays, cascading streaks of destructive energy that could destroy heaven and earth as if it was a game. Those energies were smashing into the void by the tons as if they were free. If they were the bridgehead, then Maple's side should be a storm passing through, something like that. Maple's efficiency in converting void energy and laws seems to have increased. Hui still had the energy to cross the battlefield and shout at Jingyan while he was busy fighting. Hearing this, Jingyan raised her head to look at the little brother, but she couldn't find him. All she could see was an endless amount of destructive energy soaring into the sky, spreading through the void, rampaging through the void. The entire void was trembling. Even though they were relatively far away, they could still feel the aftershocks continuously coming, and it had already been going on for 4 hours. As my little brother's mastery over the origin energy and the origin law increases, he will be able to manipulate everything within the order as he wishes. And here I'm referring to all energies and laws. Is it because he's gradually becoming the embodiment of order? Well, at the moment, it doesn't count as much. It's just that he's very, very, very close to order. Perhaps closer to order than you are, but to become the embodiment of order. I don't feel the special aura of the little brother that's comparable to the origin god, so he shouldn't have reached that level yet. Hui muttered in response, raising the guardian's sword with both hands and slashing it down forcefully into the void. A circle of golden energy abruptly exploded, and the domain of order combined with the golden energy to launch a large-scale energy shockwave, blasting the abyssal death shroud and the spawns that were approaching from all directions into fireworks in the void. Those of you who have lost more than 15% of your spirit should go and rest. I know that you guys can still fight, but it's best that you guys go and rest first. It's about time for them to recover, so I have to make sure that you guys maintain your spirit. Once the battle starts later, there won't be any time to rest. And it's about time for us to switch to a battle of infinite duration. A battle of attrition. They were reminded of the long war of 100 million years. During that period, every bit of energy had to be carefully calculated. Even if that portion of energy was not enough to sustain the domain of order for half a second longer, it had to be done. Sometimes they had to save some energy, and if there was a critical moment, they might be able to come out and save the situation. Perhaps that extra half a second could decide the direction of a small-scale or a large-scale battle. This was a trashy game that did not allow for mistakes. Only they would keep accumulating mistakes until they revealed a flaw that would be pierced through by the opponent in a single strike. What they had to do was to try their best not to make any mistakes, and not let the mistakes accumulate to the point where it would cause this impregnable fortress to collapse. No matter how bad it was, they had to drag it out and delay that moment as much as possible. When everyone heard this, they did not continue to insist. About a third of the people responded and returned to the domain of order in a flash to rest in time and recharge their energy. Yun Nuashing felt the movement and also turned her head. She glanced at Hui and knew what he was thinking. She also said to Jing Yuanji beside her, "Yuanji, you also go and rest for a while." "Okay, Lord Phone, please be careful." Jing Yuanji nodded, turned around and floated away. There were still many people who stayed. Most of them were veterans who had experienced more battles and had experienced the baptism of the 100 million years of war. Some of them might have even died more times than that. When Hui proposed a battle of attrition with unlimited time, they had already habitually switched to another mode. Even their expressions had changed slightly. The destructive power of the battle still existed, but they had entered a state of conserving energy. In the training mode of the front line in the void, many of them are rookies. Fortunately, they are a group of rookies who listen to commands. They have probably been lectured before going through the official battle. This kind of opportunity is rare, but it's probably only a one-time thing. At other times, there will only be endless actual battles. The actual battles will not give these rookies any time to catch their breaths. We could not help but say, how can there be so much time and opportunity? The battles in the void will always be the kind where life and death are on the line. Even the current situation is no exception. Yun Nuashing sighed when she heard that. But if you want to talk about the problem, it's not particularly big. After all, they're all in the origin realm, and at the very least they're celestial gods. It's just that they have suddenly thrown themselves into the battlefield of order and chaos, so they need to readjust this kind of battle that is different from the past. After they get used to it, they will naturally know how to adjust the problem of energy output, and from that, they will choose skills that are super durable. I think you want to talk about skills that are resistant to beatings. It's both. It's both. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and stared at the abyssal death mist in front of her. She waved her hand and unleashed a torrent of energy, digging out several huge holes in the abyssal death mist and turning it into ashes. First of all, you need to be able to withstand a beating. Only by being able to stand firm can you have the opportunity to beat someone up. So what you said is not wrong. Don't think that I'm brave just because I'm unparalleled. I've also withstood the firepower of an army of billions by myself. It's just that usually before they can unleash their firepower, I'll first crush them to death in the void, or I'll just kill them together with their firepower. Hui and Jing Yin were speechless. The best defense was offense. That's right. This was the truth of the void. It was indisputable. If you were afraid of being beaten, just beat the enemy to death. Then no one would beat you. Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Suddenly he said, Feng, do you need to rest first? You were the one who had the most energy just now. Don't. It doesn't matter. I've been directly mobilizing the energy of the void to attack. It's just that I've brought along a part of the origin aura. Don't you see that it's a little quieter? Hui and Jing Yin shook their heads vigorously. No, they really didn't feel it at all. They felt that the movement was as huge as ever. It was so huge that it was ridiculous. Moreover, the more they fought, the braver they became. Hui had seen with his own eyes that the number of formations had increased from 1 million to 10 million, and then to 100 million now. Now, there were even more formations emerging from the void to join the large group of formations. It could be said that there was no upper limit to it. However, directly mobilizing the energy of the void? As expected, Feng had been breaking the limit. Normally, he would use his own energy as the main force and mobilize other energies as support. Yet he could chisel such a huge hole in the void without using his own energy. It seemed that the influence of the origin energy and the order of origin had allowed him to do whatever he wanted to another level. Yun Nuashing, who was fully focused on the battle, suddenly felt that something had flashed through his mind. In that instant, he was shocked. He quickly turned his gaze behind him. Along with half of the formation, and countless energy surged. Even the origin energy was subconsciously rioting. Dozens of origin energy that had been mobilized roared crazily in the void, giving Hui and the others a big fright. F***CK. Phone, look closely. That thing is very scary when it's pointed at us. Hui quickly shouted. However, he saw that something was not right with Feng. That reaction just now was probably a subconscious reaction in a life-and-death situation. Feng, what's wrong? You're not in trouble again, are you? Jing Yin also responded. You've just touched the sanctum of origin, and now there's a special response. No, I think it shouldn't be. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He cautiously observed the void around him and responded cautiously. His formations were not affected too much. At this moment, the attacks pouring into the abyss death mist were excessive. Even if 80% of the formations suddenly went on strike, it would not have any effect. Yun Nuashing muttered, "Did I see a ghost?" What's wrong with you?" "I don't know." Yun Nuashing shook his head. He really didn't know. It was like when he was concentrating or when he was in a daze, something suddenly flashed past his senses. It was the kind of feeling where he clearly felt that something was flying past his scalp, but when he looked around in panic, he couldn't find anything. It was like a false alarm. What the hell, a false alarm? At this realm, how could there be an illusion? Hui listened to Feng's nagging for a long time, but he said that he did not feel anything at all. He threw a question mark at Jingyin, and the response was similar. Although nothing happened at the moment, he still raised his vigilance level a little. "Girl, 10 seconds ago, my soul." There was no abnormality. The origin energy did not have any abnormal reaction. It should have nothing to do with the origin. The same goes for the annihilation energy. The telepathic little angel knew what he was going to say when he opened his mouth. She immediately answered, "However, I did feel a throbbing, a very real throbbing. Something unknown must have happened just now." Yun Nuashing was speechless when he heard that. What is this? Apart from the origin energy and the chaos, is there a third thing that is only second to them going to happen to me? The thing that happened suddenly and disappeared suddenly as if it was just a small interlude. After a while, Yun Nuashing returned to the rhythm of bombarding the abyss death mist. However, Hui and Jingyin were already on the alert. They were the only team in the entire void frontline that had left the realm of order to fight in the outer field. There was no guarantee that there would not be any accidents. In order to avoid being attacked at the last moment, they had to be careful. Anyway, leave the necessary attacks first. Shift the rest to the monitoring of the void. Agreed. From now on, all units guarding the realm of order should conduct the strictest surveillance of the void. Report any movements to us, Sir Joshua nodded. The order was completed through soul transmission. Yun Nuashing heard it and smiled bitterly. Just as she was about to voice her opinion, a voice suddenly came through the void directly into their minds. "Ah, uninvited guests. How nice. Myriad phenomena leads to the void. Chaos falls stars. Order disintegrates. Chaos collapses. *TU. When everyone heard that voice, in the next moment, an incomparably violent energy that was enough to turn the order of the void upside down suddenly burst out like a fountain. The moment they reacted, they saw thousands of stars and countless magic circles in the void bursting out a dazzling light like a river of stars. Streaks of light gathered in the void right in front of them, and then, boom! The destructive energy that could reduce the void to zero gathered in one place and exploded with a loud bang. The vast energy flames drowned out everyone's vision. The void was really bright. Seeing this scene without warning, they were about to go blind. Hui and Jingyin did not react. When they heard the unfamiliar male voice, they were about to be alert. The light of creation and destruction exploded. They looked back blankly and saw Yun Nuashing's nervous look. She was still desperately commanding the magic circles in the center of the destruction to continuously pour out crazy attacks. The realm of order has entered attack mode. All energy towers are overloaded. Except for the first, second, and third echelons, prepare to resist the impact of order. The enemy may have sent out a general. Everyone get ready. Hui hurriedly threw out a series of orders. He raised the guardian shield and shouted at Maple, "Maple, what did you see just now?" There was silence in the soul transmission. After a while, Yun Nuashing's voice faintly transmitted, "I didn't see anything. I just happened to be nervous. Wait, he's coming out." Hui, who was feeling speechless, hurriedly held his breath and concentrated. In the center of the indiscriminate bombardment of countless energies, a powerful energy suddenly burst out and swept away all of Maple's attacks. An ordinary-looking young man wearing ordinary clothes and in the form of a human appeared in the empty void. He stared at Yun Nuashing and her countless magic circles and revealed a fake smile. What a rude guest! You've turned our territory upside down. Do you know how many years it will take to make up for this loss? All right. Guests, if you've caused enough trouble, can you please leave? I believe that now is not a good time to start a war. For you, isn't it? The faintly discernible pressure, the natural oppression, the self-evident power that was enough to silence the void and nothingness made Hui feel as if he was facing a great enemy. It's here, it's finally here. It was also a situation that he had not expected to see so early. Sure enough, if he caused too much trouble, it would attract the other party's attention. It was just that he did not expect this official meeting to be led by a primeval sky god whose strength could not be seen clearly. The enemy between the beginner and the middle tier is powerful. Little brother, don't be rash. Jing Yan's voice quietly echoed in Yun Nuashing's soul. He took a deep breath. The origin energy and the origin order surged together. The nether void sword also revolved around his body. That guy. He also has traces of being affected by the tide of chaos. Hui was shocked when he heard that. Even if he was affected, it's still between the beginner and the middle tier of the primeval. Could it be that they do have an immune space, but not the kind that is completely immune? I'm afraid so. Jing Yun replied in a low voice. Then he smiled bitterly. However, even so, it's still much better than the unlucky ones like us who were completely affected by the tide of chaos. Hui smiled bitterly. It was true. Look, there was a primeval sky god who was about the middle tier of the primeval. The guy from last time was also at the beginner tier. Their foundation was really rich. What? I don't think there's anything to talk about between us, is there? Yun Nuashing held the nether void sword in his hand. More than 100 kinds of origin energy surged endlessly. He raised the sword and pointed it at the figure across the void. Countless magic circles and thousands of stars also pointed their cores at the latter. The surging energy kept surging. Fight to the death. Your wish, your script, your stage. Now that it has come to this, what's the point of suddenly appearing in front of us and posing as if you want to negotiate? What? Are you trying to stall for time? You just blew up your house and haven't had time to repair it, right? What a rude little one. That young man with his hands behind his back laughed a few times with a fake smile. His gaze swept over Hui, who looked as if he was about to face a great enemy, then landed on Yun Nuashing. You're from the world of the gods, right? This is the first time we meet. Although this meeting isn't pleasant. Oh, perhaps we can try to make the atmosphere more pleasant? Pleasant. Yun Nuashing sneered as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I won't be happy as long as all of you are still standing in the void. Mr. Trash of Order, please state your intentions immediately. Either we fight or leave. If you don't want to fight, we'll fight. If you want to fight, I'll beat you to death. That's a lot of boldness in your words. But do you really think that you could take down all of our domains with just this one accident? The young man slowly spread his arms and said with a faint smile, Forget about our domain. It's already very rare that you could take down even 1/10 of the divine destruction force. Take your spoils and leave now. I could still be merciful and let you live for a while. The next time we meet, we'll settle the score. Settle the score? Yun Nuashing sneered. Very well. Let's settle the score. Let's settle the score with you for destroying the void of order. How merciful. Are you joking with us about the void? Since the 41st era, you've been chasing down the entire void of order in an orderly and planned manner. Now you're talking about mercy? Yun Nuashing showed an extremely strange smile. I think it's more practical for us to discuss how we're going to die. Merciful underworld. Put away your hypocritical mercy. You want to buy time, but I won't buy it for you. You want us to retreat? Uft, that's funny. You're still doing whatever you want in the void. You're still messing around with those shameful things in your gourd. Now that you're here, you're treating us as fools. If we retreat, won't you be able to quietly mess around with those sneaky things of yours? Huh. Traitors of the realm of order? You think this joke is funny, don't you? What I can see is the scene of sin and punishment splattering blood all over the void. It's the unavoidable law of causality in this world. From the moment you disintegrated the void of order, the only thing left between us is to fight to the death. The mighty energy roared crazily in the void, and the colorful colors gradually stained the dark void. We and the others were shocked to find that this void area had been occupied by the energy of origin. It was like a huge claw, stretching out a claw that was several light years long. The energy of order and origin in the palm of the claw spewed out nebula-like light, which was enough to crush the void and make the whole area tremble. Why should I do as you wish? Today, I'm going to beat you to death. The young man's expression trembled slightly. The uncompromising hostility, the determination to destroy everything, and the immeasurable origin energy that encompassed the entire void. Even he would not want to touch such a lunatic. Who would want to touch such a lunatic? Hui was stunned. That's not right. Why is Maple so violent? The origin energy. Jing Yun whispered, looking at Yun Nuashing's figure from afar. She caught the abnormality in him. The origin energy has affected the little brother. Is it part of their resentment? Or is it the origin energy's own resentment? The two are really perfectly fused together. It's still too early to fight the underworld head-on, but since the little brother has decided, there's no need to discuss it. Brothers, raise the formation and beat him to death. Chapter 1669. Crush them. The giant claw, formed by the origin energy that broke through the void, clenched down with an angry roar. The galaxy, formed by the vast energy nebula, dyed the scene in front of him into a raging sea of stars. The origin energy and the origin law that had been accumulated for a period of time rushed towards the young man with the momentum of the entire primordial realm. The raging origin energy in front of him and behind him was surging endlessly. The huge threat suddenly rushed into his mind, giving him a headache. Along with the surging energy of the sea of stars, all the Order warriors in this area cooperated with the energy towers, the Origin Temple, and the Origin Realm of Order to launch the strongest attack together. The momentum of beating him into the reincarnation road made him a mid-tier heavenly god of primordial beginning. Feel like his head was going to explode. That was the origin energy. If he let that energy smash down on him, he would be seriously injured no matter what. Don't even think about escaping. Yun Nua, who was like a dazzling star, suddenly rushed in front of him. Suddenly, tens of thousands of transparent energy chains formed on his body in an instant. Then, under his astonished gaze, the chains wrapped around his body. The seal that originated from the combination of the origin energy and order energy caused his body to stiffen. The energy that he was about to use to retreat was also frozen. It was also at this moment that he saw the origin claw close, and the raging sea of stars mixed with billions of energy attacks descended on the two of them. Boom! It was as if the movement of the creation of the world exploded in the void. The vast sea of light flooded the entire void, and the violent explosion of energy made everyone unable to see the situation inside. Hui waved his hand and adjusted the energy flow of the origin realm. The golden energy broke out of his body and rushed into the origin realm, causing it to end the weak overload state of mobilizing a huge amount of energy for a short period of time in just 1 second. The next moment, countless amounts of energy once again surged out of the void and rushed into the origin temple. The energy crystals of thousands of energy towers also flashed with an extremely unstable light, and the energy was also indescribably violent. This is really a real self-sacrificing attack. Maple is too crazy. Hui used all his strength to mobilize the energy of the origin realm as he muttered. In order to not let the enemy escape, he used his body as a chain to forcibly bind him in place and let the energy blast him into two pieces. If I wasn't familiar with his desperate look, I would have ordered the attack to stop just now. Young man has the origin energy around him. Those attacks that contain the origin energy will not cause any harm to him. On the contrary, because he is in the center of the explosion, he can gather all the energy that is about to go out of control due to the energy explosion and pour it into one place, completely letting the energy of the attack land on the enemy's head, said Jingyan said. Hui thought for 2 seconds and tapped his palm. Got it. It's just an energy core. Just fire at it. Jingyan! Ignoring Hui's suicidal words, Jingyan raised her head and looked at the origin realm giant claw that was constantly turning into a vast sea of stars. The energy that was spewing out from the center of the claw had skyrocketed to a level that ordinary people could not reach. The degree of violence, the crazy destructive power, mixed with a trace of the destruction energy, caused the void and the nothingness to collapse together into ashes. The energy storm that swept through the void just happened to dissipate after raging for a minute. Yun Nuoxing's figure flew out from it. Looking at the way she raised the netherworld ruins, sword to block, it seemed that she was blown out by the attack head-on. Hui and Jingyan had already gathered all the energy in the origin realm when they saw this scene. When the storm completely dissipated, when the figure appeared in front of them, when they saw that person appear, they were stunned for a moment. At this moment, that person from the underworld, most of his robes were torn. His body was pierced through by the origin energy and the chains of order. His blood dissipated in the void with the energy spewing out. His appearance with disheveled hair looked abnormally miserable. He must have taken the full power of the origin energy explosion head-on just now. Otherwise, he would not be in such a sorry state. That's really surprising. The young man's face was as gloomy as water. His black eyes flashed with an uncertain light. He waved his hand and patted his body, shaking off all the weapons and chains that pierced through his body. Those wounds also slowly closed up. They were not completely healed. The damage caused by the origin energy and the origin law was not so easy to heal, even if he was also a life form of order. The realm of the gods. It is clear that the realm of the gods has lost its realm of immunity. Yet, such an extraordinary person could still appear. That is really surprising. The young man laughed in a low voice. The information revealed in his words stunned Jingyan. Oh, damn, I said that there must be a problem in the middle of this. How could I forget about this? Jingyan suddenly shouted in the soul transmission, startling Hui. The realm of the gods, The realm of the gods itself has a small part of its realm of immunity, and there should be a realm of immunity in the realm of the gods. That part of the realm of the gods should be able to reduce the impact of the tides of chaos on the realm of the gods. Even if it is not completely immune, it should at least be much less than the full impact of the chaos on the realm of the gods. Relying on such a weak degree of immunity, it should be possible to give birth to a batch of primeval heavenly gods. Hui was also stunned upon hearing this. He did not doubt Jingyan's words, and he was also quite confident in the heavenly god of Origin's ability, especially in the matter of immunity. Just the fact that the realm of the gods was created by the heavenly god of Origin, and the others should have the ability to be immune, even if it was just a little bit. But, he did not feel that it was just a little bit. That's not right. Haven't I ascended into primeval? Hui said, pointing at himself blankly. Jingyan shook her head. Using divinity carriers to ascend into primeval is another way. Even in our era, it was a method rarely used. Most people who took this path were forced into a state of helplessness, and it would take 7 to 8 times more time than the normal path. Of course, it's just that this path is difficult and strange to take. It doesn't mean that this path is wrong. Oh, Hui replied dryly, his face stiff. Then could it be? Jing Yin looked up at the young man and said in silence, "Who knows?" Yun Nuashing did not say a word. She waved her hand, and the hundreds of millions of magic circles continued to aim at the young man. The surging origin energy turned him into a colorful star that illuminated the void, answering the young man's question on his behalf. The young man's cheek twitched slightly. What a boring fellow. Aren't you curious about the realm of the gods? So what if I'm curious? So what if I'm not curious? Yun Nuashing looked up, her cold gaze carrying the pressure of origin energy as she stared at the young man. It's nothing more than the little tricks you people have pulled in the dark. You dug out the realm of the gods from the realm of the gods, right under the nose of the heavenly god of origins, and made it your own territory. And you even have the cheek to come here and ask me, hey, aren't you curious about the realm of the gods? What a joke. Do you people have any shame? It seems that you know quite a lot. The young man's unique, fake smile could be heard. What? Are you angry? You want to kill me? Because of your standpoint and justice as a person of the realm of the gods? This void is a garbage game where whoever dies is the unlucky one. I don't have any so-called justice or standpoint. The meaning of my existence is only. Yun Nuashing raised her right hand and swung it down. To kill you filthy maggots. Hundreds of millions of magic circles burst into dazzling light, and the origin energy that filled the entire void once again pressed down on the young man. The momentum of the storm directly suppressed the latter's bellyful of words. Looking at the multicolored energy rushing towards his face, the young man's darkened face turned pale. He had never met someone so difficult to communicate with. Boom! The destructive energy that contained infinite destructive power grasped the void in the palm of its hand and wantonly ravaged it. The sound of clanging chains and exploding thunder resounded amidst the multicolored light. This time, the raging origin energy storm did not meet with any obstruction or suppression. It expanded and expanded without restraint in the void, endlessly sweeping in all directions. It charged head-on into the domain of the abyssal death mist and wantonly wreaked havoc. Its momentum was as if it wanted to drag the domain of the abyssal death mist into oblivion. Back off a little. Hui looked at the energy fireworks that were about to sweep in front of the domain of order. He waved his hand and pulled the domain of order back a little. Looking at the center of the energy explosion, he could not help but frown. His breath is gone. That guy wouldn't die so easily, right? Jing Yin shook her head. Probably not his real body. It should be a divine clone that has a high degree of reverting to his real body and was just trying to buy time. But he probably didn't expect the young man to be so irritable and crushed him into the void without a word. Speaking of which, when did he gather such a huge cluster of origin energy? I didn't notice it at all. Hui replied calmly, it's a basic skill. If Maple really wants to hold back his energy for a huge attack, we can only discover all his preparations before he launches the attack. The next thing is, well, it's the scene you're looking at now. But what he said just now, and what Maple said, could the underworld be the immune space that the origin god had prepared? They openly took it as their own, and then... I'm not too sure about that. I've been guarding other worlds all year round. I don't know much about the divine realm compared to you guys. Jing Yun sighed. She didn't really understand the reasons behind all of this. She asked her old friends, and the answers she got were pretty much the same. Not many of them lived in the realm of the gods for a long time, so they didn't know much. Judging from the clues we have right now, the possibility isn't low. If that's the case, I think there's another reason why the underworld people are targeting the realm of the gods. Reason? This time they're targeting the divine realm? Hui was stunned. Aren't they planning too many things? With so many threads in motion, aren't they afraid that they'll pull their balls with such big steps? It's probably the problem of the void realm. Between the netherworld and the realm of the gods, I'm guessing that the netherworld's void realm isn't complete without the realm of the gods. Say, who knows? I just think that there's a possibility. Those who know the truth are no longer in the void. Hee, what a boring fellow. All right. Seeing that you guys are so ruthless, I'll temporarily return this place to you guys. Sooner or later, it'll return to our control. Then let's meet again next time. I hope the atmosphere next time will be kinder. The storm raged for more than 10 minutes before dissipating. The figure of the young man was no longer in the same place. However, the last words he left behind were still echoing in the void. Hui and Jingyin looked at each other blankly. So what did he come out to do? Hui looked at the young man with a puzzled face. Why does this fellow feel like he's a little brainless? Well, even if he had planned to do something, he would have died in the womb after encountering an unreasonable little brother. Jing-Yun shrugged. Let's just think of him as an unlucky fellow who came out to stall for time. Not only did he not succeed, he even lost a clone that he had painstakingly created. What an inexplicable fellow. Yun Nuoxing's figure gradually emerged from the void beside them. The surging origin energy on his body was slowly calming down. Other than bluffing, there's no other use. Even if one were to think with their toes, one would know that the young man had come out to stall for time, or to achieve some other purpose, such as stopping their attack. If he really wanted to fight, he should have shown his overwhelming power that belonged to the primeval tier from the start, and not just blabbering over there. The young man must have a lot of gossip in his stomach. There were countless true information and also many false information. If they had ignored him and let him talk, they would have learned a lot. But it doesn't make much sense. I'm too lazy to distinguish which information is true and which is false. I'll just crush him and pretend nothing happened. Yun Nuoxing said faintly. Getting information from a ferocious enemy is playing with fire. You can either knock him down with a stick and talk slowly, or you can make him shut his mouth forever. Before he becomes honest and only knows how to talk, I think even his breathing is a crime of fraud. As long as he says any information, his goal of stalling for time has been achieved. This information, we don't need it. What the hell is ferocious? Do you think he's a seafood? Hui and Jingyin could not help but smile bitterly. As expected of you, tearing the messenger of the previous era into pieces. This uncompromising hostility and determination to not act according to the other party's wishes, no matter how they think about it, there should be no harm in it. Some things might not be of any help to the current situation, even if they knew about it. Listening to a lot of information and having to deal with it and distinguish whether the information was true or false was a waste of time and energy. That was what the underworld wanted to see. It was meaningless, so they simply did not listen to anything. Their home should have encountered trouble related to the abyssal death shroud, most likely a series of problems caused by the rioting of the components. They seized the opportunity to counterattack and destroyed a considerable part of the abyssal death shroud's territory, causing the underworld to have to send people to stall for time. Then they encountered a lunatic who would not listen to anything they said. Stalling for time did not work at all. They were really unlucky. The primeval god of the underworld's avatar retreated, and the atmosphere in the abyssal death shroud's territory returned to normal. Except for Yun Nuoxing, who did not continue to bombard indiscriminately, the whole territory was still full of battles of various sizes. Those were the battles of the first, second, and third echelons. The abyssal death shroud had not recovered yet, so they could still try to play around in the enemy's territory. So, what do we do now? Continue to push forward a little more. Continue to fight in the abyssal death shroud and kill as many as we can. Hui looked at the turbulent void and tilted his head to ask Foam. Right now, he was more worried about this guy who had exchanged 2 blows with a Yuansha realm doppelganger. That battle just now was too exaggerated, and the entire scene was filled with origin energy. This caused the impact and pressure to be even greater than before. In just 2 short exchanges, he could not determine anything. Just from the results, he could tell that the enemy had run away, and that doppelganger had been blasted to smithereens, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. He just said, this part of the place, they probably don't have the time to manage things here. If something really happened to the abyssal death shroud superior main body, it would be a star-shaking event for the underworld. They would need time to deal with it, and our current situation would be relatively safe. Yun Nuashing said with an analytical tone, "But I have to take a break. You guys continue to fight." As soon as she spoke, Yun Nuashing sat on the ground and leaned back lazily, bending her legs and leaning against the wall of the Temple of Origin. She put her arms over her eyes, and her tone suddenly became a little lazy. "I'm a little tired." Hui hurriedly threw a glance at Jingyin, who gave him a no-problem gesture and said through the soul transmission, "The lad is fine. He just used up a lot of energy. He must have used 80 to 90% of it and is a little weak now." I just remembered that the claw of origin energy we saw just now was not the result of the lad's accumulation, but a one-time outpouring. It's a trick of the origin god and the others, forcefully materializing and projecting all the energy in the body into the world with the power to distort the rules. In my impression, not even the inheritors could do that, which is why I didn't think about it at once. It's probably the result of the transformation this time, and it's just amazing. That's the true life-risking strike you mentioned. I've seen a primeval god use it before, and it's huge and much more exaggerated than anything I've seen. Well, Maple is the focus of attention, after all, the focus of attention in various senses of the word. Hui laughed bitterly in response. He was used to it. Maple was in a state of emergency, rest at the moment, and there was no telling if he could recover in a short period of time. However, he was holding up the realm of order alone, and it was said that he could use the realm of order to speed up his recovery. So Hui was relieved and led the army to fight in the abyssal death mist. As the primeval quickly appeared and left, the power of the abyssal death mist seemed to have weakened a little. Not long ago, Hui thought that the abyssal death mist would gradually rise, but now that he thought about it, was it because the primeval was about to appear and activate part of the abyssal death mist's power? Lord Maple, Lord Hui, the abyssal death mist in the temporary realm has been cleared. Now the void seal is gradually purifying the entire realm, and the two areas are slowly overlapping. After about half a day, a voice suddenly rang in Huey's mind, startling him a little. It's done. Seems like it's about time for us to make a big fuss." Jingyin let out a long sigh of relief. In fact, they didn't need that guy to remind them. It was about time for them to escape. This attack was based on the principle of killing as many as they could and maximizing the results of the battle as much as possible. To be honest, killing 1/10 or more of the abyssal death mist in one go was already the limit. With their current strength, they would be thankful if they weren't completely wiped out by the abyssal death mist, even if they were to loot a burning house. Well, the enemy was so powerful that even if they were allowed to wipe out, it would still take a lot of time to deal with them. Moreover, along the way, they had personally witnessed the abyssal death mist's power recovering bit by bit. Although it was a little later than expected, at this moment, more than half of the abyssal death mist already had the ability to fight. Although it would still go crazy from time to time, the influence of the will was fading rapidly. Given some time, they would be able to completely recover. But to be honest, quit while you're ahead. Sometimes you're a little greedy. What a pity. If that bastard didn't come out to mess things up, we could have doubled the results of the battle. Hui smacked his lips unhappily and tilted his head to look at Maple, who was still leaning against the wall to rest. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In order to defeat the primeval heavenly god's clone, Maple had used up almost all of his strength. In the latter half of the battle, there was basically nothing he could do other than to maintain the Order Realm and use it to recover quickly. It's really as they wish. He achieved his goal of stalling for time. He crippled our most powerful lance as soon as he met us. Jingyin was stunned for a second before she came to her senses. Yeah. If we didn't kill him then, we would have wasted our energy to shut his mouth. If we killed him, we wouldn't have the energy to deal with the abyssal death mist. In any case, their goal has been achieved. and we have to follow their wishes and complete this step by ourselves. It's really frustrating." Hui shook his head helplessly. He opened up his soul communication and shouted to everyone, "Purify all the remaining non-order forces in the temporary domain. Cooperate with the Void blockade and push the Void frontline to the current position of the Order realm. Push the Void city and the accompanying worlds to the front line and station at the front line. Hurry up and strengthen the Void blockade and the Void frontline's defense. From now on, the linear distance between us and the abyssal death mist has been shortened again. There will be conflicts anytime and anywhere. This time it was really to the extent that they could throw a brick at the opponent's face without any distance. In the past, they were at least millions of miles away in the void. If it's just a small-scale conflict, it'll be good for the rookies to practice more. I hope the day of the final battle will come a little later. We looked straight into the void and let out a long sigh. The final battle! Jingyan let out a long sigh. The memory of that day came to her mind again. It was really a long time ago. And now, perhaps the scene was not far away from that time. Chapter 1670. Node 700 reporting to all nodes that the abyssal death mist has deviated by 1%. Node 333, as above. Node 0 has received reports from all nodes. It should be a normal ebb and flow. Just keep monitoring. Node 0, this is node 666. The movement of the abyssal death mist spawn. They ran out and circled around before returning. Are there any other nodes? Node 333, as above. None? If there are only 2 places, tighten security at both places and have some warriors return from the front line who are not on important missions. Leave the other places alone for now. How far has the Temple of Origins been spying on the abyssal death mist? Nothing much. Since the last battle, there's basically no way to use the Temple of Origins to poke at others. Perhaps only the Lord Observer could do that. We don't have the authority. Node 333 as above. Node 71 greets everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. The sun has just risen here, late at night, dusk. Node 333 as above. So why don't we divide time according to the time of the realm of gods? It's such a mess. TSK, how boring would it be if it's all the same? Moreover, time is not time. Isn't the void just like that? Day and night are all simulated by the Void City's barrier, and anyone who cares would bring a real sun. Still, time doesn't affect us anyway. We just have to report according to the time of the realm of gods. Everything else, whatever. Node 333 as above. Everyone. Why is there a repeater at node 333 today? Isn't that an automatic reply? Can't the daily reports be a little more serious? All nodes plus. TSK. Be careful. If there's nothing else, I'm going to eat. Let's go. 333. Shut up. You're eating shit. Stop at node 333. I'm going to freeload. No, I'm going to beat you to death. I Ching silently blocked the soul communication. The noisy voices vanished from his mind at once. An entire world became silent. It's so noisy every day, but I can't be serious. I Ching smiled bitterly. He shook his head and stood up from the stone bed. As he stood up, a gentle light appeared on the ceiling of the spacious and bright stone room. It was bright enough and not dazzling. The divine runes, divine right runes, and soul runes that covered the entire stone room gradually dimmed and disappeared into the walls of the stone room. Nothing out of the ordinary for now. Recording complete. I've also finished reporting to Lord Maple and Lord Radiant. I Ching breathed a long sigh and turned towards the wooden door of the stone room. Pushing open the wooden door of the stone room, Joshua was greeted by the sight of billions of stars, moonlight, and sunlight that had yet to fade descending upon the city. Looking down upon the entire city from the 10,000 feet tall tower, he could see countless lights gradually lighting up as if it was the beginning of the evening. The gray-blue sky was slowly fading into darkness as time passed. Night was about to completely engulf the city, but it would not allow the light here to dissipate. Then he looked up slightly and tossed the scene created by the order domain to the back of his mind. His eyes moved forward, and soon he could see something else that existed in the void, the abyssal death shroud. It was very close to the void sealing circle, perhaps a little more than 10,000 miles away. Just as Lord Maple had said, it was the kind of place where one could start a fight without opening the door. Furthermore, both sides' bricks were guaranteed to hit each other's faces with precision. Unknowingly, it's been 2 years. I Ching breathed a long sigh of relief. After that big attack, the abyssal death shroud had also returned to normal. It was really just right. After waking up from the dream, he thought that he would have a fierce battle with them, but it quickly retreated after a few sporadic exchanges. That's right, the abyssal death shroud had retreated. Everyone was stunned, as they had never seen the abyssal death shroud retreat since the start of the battle. After that, the vigorous attack was over. Lord Radiant and Lord Maple had joined forces to expand the temporary domain to the edge of the abyssal death shroud's retreating position. After fixing the temporary domain, they still had to clean up the remaining enemies in the order domain. The abyssal death shroud that was trapped by the order domain had lost all contact with the abyssal death shroud behind it. It was as if it was at the mercy of the enemy. It could neither advance nor retreat. After a series of frenzied resistance, it was completely destroyed before even a fragment of the order domain collapsed. Brother I Ching, a shadow flickered and appeared outside the tower, landing on the platform that had no guardrails or battlements. It was only a circle of 100 feet in diameter. I Ching looked at the person and smiled faintly. Tang Yen, what's the matter? The visitor was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was wearing a light and comfortable short-sleeved shirt and shorts. His bronze skin appeared slightly dark in the afterglow. At first glance, his 2 eyes and a row of teeth were more conspicuous. When I Ching saw him a few days ago, she was surprised that this young man had become so tanned after not seeing him for a while. Before she left, he was clearly white and clean. Tang Yen scratched his head as he and I Ching stood at the edge of the platform and looked at the void city. It's a little cramped. I'm not used to it. I've prepared before I came, but it seems that nothing has happened. It makes me a little. It's fine if nothing happens, but once something does, there's no telling what's going to happen. I Ching smiled bitterly and shook his head. He could see Tang Yan's cramped expression from the corner of his eye. Slowly get used to it. Your determination is hard to come by, but to be honest, you would probably only be a mascot if you came to the void frontline. Don't feel discouraged. Some things need to be washed away by time, don't they? You're still too late now, but that can't be helped and no one would blame you. You've been talking to the seniors in the city these few days, haven't you? They're all very friendly. Tang Yen could not help smiling bitterly at the mention of that. I've been slapped on the head dozens of times, scratched on the head, and taken as a coolie to follow the seniors to check the situation everywhere in the Void City and to check the defensive circles on the city walls. Although I feel that the seniors just caught a brat for fun, because he really nagged at me the whole way. Looking at the young lad's haggard face, I Ching could not help but grin. Isn't that good? Everyone doesn't treat you as an outsider. Good. Tang Yen smiled bitterly and scratched his head. It should be quite good. He had basically familiarized himself with the entire Void City in a short period of time, and from that point of view, it was indeed quite good, although he felt that those seniors were just using different methods to torment him. Everything else aside, no matter what the purpose of those who come here is, as long as their ultimate goal is the same as ours, everyone in the Void frontline is your brothers and sisters. Moreover, you're a rare little newcomer. As long as you don't cause trouble in the city and don't cause trouble, everyone else would be happy to help you. As I Ching spoke, he noticed that Tang Yan's smile was even more bitter and he shrugged. Well, let's take it slow. Some things aren't urgent. Now, anyway, let's go eat. Tang Yan, who was about to lift his feet together with I Ching, almost slipped off the platform. He stared at I Ching in confusion. "Ah, brother I Ching, you guys usually eat? What else do you think?" I Ching said matter-of-factly, before pointing at the left side of Void City. "Look, there's our canteen over there, and there's a street of food outside it. There are hotels and restaurants in the east of the city, and everyone there is your seniors. You don't think that we're just keeping an eye on the death mist every day and waiting for it to stir up trouble, do you?" Tang Yan's expression turned weird, and he nodded after a moment of hesitation. "Well, you'll get used to it. The things you think you're thinking about would never be lacking in Void City, and in fact, they do make up the entire population. Everyone has their own mission, and when it's not their turn or time, they would spend their leisure time. For example, what you see now is that after the shift change, those who are not busy with city defense duties would maintain the operation of Void City. If you're bored out of your mind, there's a large park in the east of the city and a chronicle library in the south of the city, which records the interesting things and people that people from all over the Void gathered here. You can totally treat it as a story, since everyone does that." "It feels a little weird," Tang Yen said. "I didn't notice it at all." It's also because of something Lord Feng said. Everyone had the same intention at first, but they were worried that it wouldn't feel good to have such leisure and entertainment in such a serious place, so they kept it to themselves. In fact, if Lord Feng didn't say that, everyone would have kept it to themselves. "That Lord Observer?" Tang Yen was curious. "What did he say?" He said. I Ching was about to speak, but he waved his hand when he saw the large building before them. "Okay, let's not talk about it. Anyway, let's go in and eat." Tang Yen was speechless. The Lord Observer of the Gods and the Lord Guardian, What are they doing now? They're probably busy. No, judging from Brother I Ching's appearance, they're probably resting as well. As the two who lead the entire front line of the Void, there's no need to mention the pressure on them. They need to relax more than anyone else, which is why they should be resting as well. The Void that is newly covered by the realm of order has been completely purified of non-order forces. At this time, the power of order has completely replaced it. However, it's still in the process of slowly increasing. It'll probably take some time before it reaches the strength of order and rules in the former frontline. We have to make good use of the extra Void region. Try to place the center of it in the new territory. With one more Void region under our control, we'll be able to come in contact with more order and rules than before. We can't afford to waste any of them. Also, the Void region that we're in contact with right now will be larger. At the same time, we'll have to speed up our search for undiscovered upper and middle realms. With this new territory as the center, yes, just like what I said earlier, it'll be more convenient. We'll be able to reach more Void regions with our hands and feet. We won't have to worry about encountering the death mist of the abyss in just 2 steps, unless it's a place that we've never seen before that's discovered by the underworld. Yun Nuashing finished speaking and let out a long sigh. There were still many problems that they couldn't bring up for the time being. They could only deal with them personally. However, there was one thing that would never change. Right now, the world of order needed more power. They only had one chance. On a narrow path, it was as if they were walking on the path of a strand of hair. They couldn't afford to make a single mistake. As long as they made a single mistake, they would lose everything. Therefore, they needed to completely squeeze out all the power that belonged to the world of order that they could come into contact with at this moment. They needed to strengthen all of their powers. It was really uncomfortable. There was no room for luck. The only thing that was allowed to exist was to risk their lives and fight. If they didn't die, they would die. Well, I Ching's daily report is still as punctual as ever. It's fresh and hot. He turned his head and waved at Yun Nuashing, who was sighing. Right now, this is the most stable thing in the Void. Yun Nuashing continued to sigh. They are still doing their sneaky things. They need time. We also need time. Both sides are rushing for time. It's like an arms race. Moreover, From the beginning of this race, we knew that we were lagging behind by a lot. It's a heavy burden that has accumulated over countless years. There's no way to release it. There's no way to remedy it, we shrugged. Reality was so nonsensical. Moreover, the current situation was that they could only watch as the underworld shrank into a small corner and continued to play with their schemes. Meanwhile, I could only wait. On one hand, they were strengthening the world of order. On the other hand, they were waiting for the underworld to come knocking on their door. They were praying. There was no such thing as praying. Until now, they still couldn't figure out what the underworld was doing. That time 2 years ago. Let's not talk about it. 2 years ago, that guy came out and said a few words that caused them to talk about it until now. They continued to discuss and refute. They could only rely on guesses. They really could only rely on guesses. There was no way to get more information about the underworld. At that time, Feng Yidao chopped that guy into pieces. It was definitely the best way to do it. Otherwise, they would just sit there and think about it for millions of years. At first, I thought that I would be able to relax for a while. Hui heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head to adjust his mood. He raised his head and looked at the world in front of him. Blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear waters. Billions of stars were hanging high in the sky like the sand of a river. They could be seen clearly even in the daytime. It was a wonder. Well, they had come here for this wonder. Now that they were here to take a look. Well, before they even arrived here, the contact and report from the rear had already rushed over, making them lose the energy to relax all of a sudden. This was the frontline world, a world of light that was stationed behind the Void Seal alongside the Void City, the frontline world that had arrived at the first few hundred nodes. They came in to observe the current situation and calculate future matters. To be more precise, those frontline worlds were the expected reserve army. They originated from various worlds in various void regions and were brought in by the Order warriors stationed at the frontline. All life in those worlds were still slowly growing, adapting to the void frontline and the existence of dangerous things like the abyssal death shroud at their doorstep. At present, half of the newcomers to the void frontline were beings from the billions of worlds in the frontline. Some were new arrivals from worlds of order, intermittently and sporadically. Even if that side had been fighting and retreating for 100 million years, the number of worlds that kept coming to the void frontline never decreased, and most of them stayed there well. Phone, look at the stars. Yun Nuashing. Why did you call me twice? I told you to look at the stars in the sky. Isn't that why we're here? Oh. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes, took a quick glance, and lowered her head again, replying half-heartedly, Wow, it's so beautiful and magical. It's amazing to see so many stars in broad daylight. Hui smiled bitterly at her emotionless voice and looked up at the dazzling galaxy. I kind of miss the stars in the divine realm, he said intentionally or otherwise. It's much more dazzling and beautiful than here. The divine realm is the focal point of the world of light. It naturally attracts countless sparks from the planetary system, gathering little by little into an extremely massive cluster of stars. What we see every night is the night sky with billions of stars twinkling, which is why it's even more dazzling. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he was still staring at the crystal ball in his hand. He was busy communicating with the people at the front line through soul transmission, constantly making arrangements, constantly being busy. In the past 2 years, he didn't have much time to rest at all. Although the territory snatched from the mouth of the death fog of the abyss gave them more choices, it also took up all of their energy to a large extent, making him unable to remember when exactly was the last time he lay down. Billions of sparks. Hui murmured and sighed. These stars were the same as them. They were surrounded by the darkness of the star field. They were constantly approaching and gathering, turning into galaxies and star clusters. Together, they resisted the darkness of the star field. Every star here was a world. Every star was a spark of order. resisting the arrival of the day when the darkness would engulf them. The growth of the frontline world was good. Everything was good. They had crossed thousands of world-light clusters along the way, and each world was carefully observed. Wait a minute. He remembered that this was not the original purpose. So boring. A little girl's voice came from behind. We could not help but smile bitterly. He turned around and saw you with her arms crossed, staring at Yun Nuashing and muttering, "Didn't we say that we were going out to look at interesting things? We said that we were going to walk through other people's worlds and look at other people's sceneries. In the end, it only took a few minutes to start. Now we can only float around with the clouds in the sky." Yu heaved a sigh of relief and did not finish her sentence. Feng Qing Huang patted her shoulder and threw an apologetic look at Hui. Hui smiled bitterly. He remembered that he was supposed to go out with Feng and show off his first wife, second wife, third wife, and fourth wife. Stop. Yun Nuashing glanced sideways at the dignified Hui with an abnormally terrifying gaze. Seeing that he did not seem to have any movement, he then frowned suspiciously and turned back to look at Siyu. He laughed bitterly. Soon, just a little while more, really. You've already said this 1,000 times. It's really 1,000 times. You almost blurted it out, but when she saw the helplessness and fatigue on his face, she forced herself to hold it in. She only lowered her head and sighed, feeling a little depressed. We could not help but say in the souls of the two girls, "Actually, you can go and play by yourselves." Siyu turned her head and did not say anything. Feng Qinghuang shrugged and said, "Seeing that little star is working seriously, I don't want to run away." He had a deep feeling. It was as if he was embarrassed to leave after seeing Maple's gloomy and troubled expression as he dealt with the matters of the Void frontline. While he was also helping out, there were some huge and important matters that Maple had to deal with personally that they could not handle. The only thing they could do was to look through the information and write the words "read correct" before throwing it back to Maple to deal with. "So, what are you dealing with now?" We could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing sighed and pointed at the land below with her eyes. The development and planning of the frontline world. The part about the war between order and chaos. Hui patted his chest and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that Feng had suddenly crossed many realms to manage the world. This was completely unimaginable. Feng's development and planning of the world was nothing other than destruction. The frontline world was a very important backup force. The growth of the forces of order required a very long time. Every force needed a very long time. From this point, it was clear that there was a big gap between the frontline world and the underworld world. Other people had disposable cannon fodder, a whole bunch of them. They filled the void with them, but they had people. Well, they only had people. It was not that they did not think of making similar war puppets to help in the battle, but they did not have the technology. They had seen chaos soldiers, abyssal death mist spawns, and distorted spawns. They had more or less understood these three types because they had fought with them before. However, when they tried to make their own, they could not find a way to do it. After wasting a month, they handed the matter over to their subordinates to study and play with. There were also many problems in the process, so they wouldn't be able to solve it if they blindly tried. Abandoning this alternative method, they could only work on the living power of order. Apart from Maple, who couldn't be replicated and could be plucked from the void to create his own power, they could still study the normal power of order. Time. Squeezing time to grow little by little in the cracks. Those in front are holding up while those in the back are shrinking and growing. I don't know how long we can delay time. Everyone was fighting for time with their lives on the line against the void. There was no such thing as peaceful time. It was just that their bodies, their sights, their surroundings, their time, and this matter had all decided where they should be at this very moment. Then they would do their best to fight against the void, to fight against the enemy that was within reach. This was the sound of countless lives flashing together in billions of galaxies. Yun Nuashing tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I just thought about the void. Hui shook his head. Nothing. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and looked at him. She looked up at the bright stars in the sky and sighed deeply. As you said, this starry sky is quite beautiful. Hui smiled. It's just a little empty and a little dim. Chapter 1671. The passage of time in the void was the most silent. Originally, time was invisible and intangible before one pierced through the space barrier. It was illusory, and it would disappear without a trace. But in the void, this feeling was even more vague. It could be a few seconds, or it could be decades. The last time you blinked, 2 seconds passed. And the next time you blinked, it could be 100 years. Anyway, time was almost like a joke. Although the void was within the time axis, it did not have many things that could be used to describe time. It allowed all the living beings attached to it to calculate time in their own way, and it would move forward unconsciously with the time axis. Occasionally, it would have a passionate, twin-person spin to disturb time, and then there would be no more movement. Most of the time, if there was something too abnormal, it would not be observed, and they would just treat it as if nothing had happened. The wind whistled past their ears with a scorching temperature, accompanied by the slight friction of sand and gravel rolling in the wind. The wind blew the boulders on the cliff, causing them to sway slightly. When the boulders collided with the foundation below, they made a dull sound that made one's teeth ache. It was as if a tower that had been weathered for millions of years was still trembling in the wind. The sun shone on the desolate desert. A figure wearing a brown cloak appeared on the horizon. The cloak fluttered in the wind, revealing a young face. His shoulder-length, white hair fluttered in the hot wind. His green eyes constantly scanned the desert. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a patch of light green in front of him. Lack of vitality. The teenager squatted down in front of a dying pale green plant and reached out his hand to caress it. More than a dozen wide, leaves drooped limply on the ground, lifeless. The rare plants in the desert were able to withstand high temperatures and dryness, and this degree of scorching sun and drought was not enough to cause them to show such half-dead symptoms. It should be almost there, right? Xianlei, do you have any reaction? The young man stood up, took off his cloak, and rummaged in the space array device. I don't feel any aura at the moment, but the abnormal situation here can indeed be regarded as a symptom. Anyway, this is the place where we stay, the place where we are born. Even if there is no earth-shattering scene, there will still be many abnormalities. These are some subtle influences. Aye, the young man nodded. After searching for a moment in the space array, he took out an extremely wide scroll. He waved his hand and unfurled it in front of him. What appeared before him was a huge map that clearly marked 5 large regions. The outlines, mountain ranges, mountains, rivers, lakes, and other things were clearly recorded. However, other than these, many of the regions were completely blank. Only a few iconic cities were drawn on the map. It was obvious that they were still incomplete and were only half-finished products. At this moment, in the lower left corner of the map, there was a bright red dot flashing gently. It was his current location, and in front of the red dot, there was a yellow-brown flame mark that was constantly churning. It was obvious that he was nearby, but Xing Lu raised his head and looked around. But there's nothing around here. A black energy appeared behind him and condensed into a chaotic cloud, accompanied by bursts of black lightning. After Xianlei came out, he looked around and shook his head. I haven't found anything yet. The information given by Lord Observer can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. That's right. He definitely won't give wrong information. It's just that it might not be complete. Xing Lu smiled bitterly and could not help but recall the incident back then. That was when he was at the front line of the void. He was lying on the city wall and staring blankly at the death abyss, missed out of boredom. Then, the Lord Observer came to his door. He still remembered that the Lord Observer's expression was very serious and very serious. More importantly, he was staring at him, giving him the illusion that he was about to be sent to his death. Xing Lu, I have a very important task for you. It's something that only you can do." As the Lord Observer spoke, he handed over the item that had the name Treasure Map, which was a map of the entire realm of the gods. The treasure map is engraved with all the creations of laws of the realm of the gods, which are the ones you carry. Now, you need to go and collect them all. Then, open the first secret artifact. Remember to call us before you open it. You can't handle that thing. Anyway, when he heard about this task, his face fell, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of mission sounded like a top secret, but in fact, it was a mission among the top secrets. Even if he had this treasure map in hand, he did not know how much time it would take. It seemed like it was a very long mission. Lord Feng, why is there nothing else other than those creations of laws? The Lord Observer scratched his head and gave him a shocking answer. It was made in a rush during this period of time. Other than those things, there's nothing else. Xing Lu, if you have the time, help me draw some flowers and plants while you're at it. Oh, by the way, there might be a location error since it was made in a rush, but the error range should be within 1,000,000 miles. The spatial rules of the treasure map are open, so you can adjust it if you think there's a problem. Xing Lu took a deep breath, and that was the cause and effect. Then he returned to the realm of the gods. It had been a long time since he returned to the realm of the gods. It had been more than 100 million years before he returned to the realm of the gods, and now it had been more than 700 million years since he left the front lines of the void. He could no longer imagine what the depths of the void looked like. To prevent him from worrying and to make him focus on completing this top secret mission, the Lord Observer had even sealed his soul communication, leaving only the two of them in contact. Anyway, you don't have many people you can talk to or call close friends with, do you? The Lord Observer said, "Isn't it because you're often autistic? Apart from your family's mystic thunder and going out on missions, you don't have time to talk to others." Although that was indeed the case, it was still very hurtful to say it out loud. Anyway, you don't have to worry about the front lines. Now, you should go and complete this top secret mission of yours. It's a very important mission. Lord Feng's expression was solemn. He could guess that there were hidden words that were not said, probably because the Lord Observer did not want him to be too stressed. Perhaps the Lord Observer had forgotten to say it. It was already 700 million years ago. How could he remember those minor details so clearly? Xing Lu confirmed the direction and let his soul power spread out, rolling up the treasure map. After that, he lifted his foot and slowly walked forward. Mystic thunder, how much more do we need? The black cloud floating behind him wriggled and said, "The space of the first secret artifact needs the first divine flame with the name Eternity, the second divine flame with the name Singularity, and me as the core. The remaining 100 or so divine flames and devil lightning as support will be opened together. Just the core alone. You've only gathered a third of it." Xing Lu stumbled and did a split in the desert. He trembled and laughed bitterly as he climbed up from the ground. I've heard it dozens of times, but I still can't take it. The second secret artifact clearly only uses the violet night flame as its core. Why does the first secret artifact need such a terrible thing? Who knows? You'll have to ask the God realm itself. The black cloud rolled and hit Xing Lu's head with black lightning. The road ahead is long. You still need to be patient. At least 80% of the supplementary materials have been gathered. Eternity. I don't see it on the treasure map. As for the singularity, it seems to be the fusion of onyx soul hellfire and space blaze hellfire when they mature. That's one of the pathways. It will also be born directly. The conditions for its birth are unknown. Xian Lei looked at him and said, "The observer seems to have said that if something doesn't exist on the map, then it hasn't been born. In other words, there's no such thing in the God realm right now." Xing Lu knocked on his head in distress. Suddenly he had an idea. "I think the first divine flame also needs to meet certain conditions to appear, right? You see, other than the unknown pathway of the second divine flame's birth. Isn't there a second pathway? I'm not too sure. As far as I know, the first two divine flames, only the singularity has appeared once. When did that happen? A few dozen eras ago. Xinglu. Good Lord, that happened in the mythological era. God knows if the laws of heaven and earth in the God realm, which had been ravaged by the tides of chaos, can still give birth to such a thing. If something goes wrong, it might disappear. Shen Lei glanced at a certain person whose face was ashen and said faintly, "There's a connection between us based on the laws of the God realm. It's very weak, but this connection will remain in the laws of the God realm. So even if it's something that happened before I was born, I can still know part of it. The singularity has appeared before, but the eternity, even if it's incomplete, there's no trace of it. It might have never appeared before. Just go and ask the observer for help." Xing Lu scratched his head. What are the two lords busy with at the void frontline? He didn't know how everyone was doing. That place couldn't have returned to the state of fighting and killing after he left, right? 700 million years had passed. He didn't know if the primeval heavenly god in the underworld had suddenly died. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pray. Clap! Xing Lu put his palms together and lowered his head in a pious manner. He kept muttering, "I hope something happened to the underworld." Xian Lei was speechless. After being looked down upon a little, Xing Lu laughed dryly and took a deep breath. He slowly retracted his soul power and directed it towards the two soul seeds that were shining brightly in his soul. 700 million years of connection. I hope that everything will go smoothly. No matter where the world of order is, everything will go smoothly. At the front lines of the void, silent destruction and destruction were quietly unfolding amidst the dancing energies. Waves of vast energy storms abruptly erupted and vanished just as abruptly as they stuck close to the void blockade. Billions of colossal magic circles formed a canopy that resembled an eternal wall, pouring the world's most dazzling fiery light and energy into the void without restraint. The entire void resounded with roars of destruction and roars of rage. It was still a day of chaos and fanaticism in the void. Change the echelon of the sequence. Those who have rested, stand on the barrier of order. Second echelon, use the energy tower sparingly. If it overloads another 2 batches, we'll have to change to the human wall to carry it. Newbies, don't block Lord Feng's domain, idiot. Can't you see that the fireworks over there are going to blow up the entire void? You still dare to rush over there? Hurry up and report to the flank. Notify the entire void frontline. Lord Feng's void concept attack is about to arrive. Newbies, hurry up and get back into the realm of order. Get ready to defend. He's here. He's here. He's here. Order barrier, open. Void, origin, order. The pure white energy abruptly exploded along with a colorful energy halo, instantly spreading across the entire front line of the void. The shriek of energy that reverberated across the void shook everyone's soul and eardrums, and everyone at Node Zero felt as if a pure white star had arrived before them without delay, stealing their vision. Then, in the very next second, the energy that could cleanse the entire void was unleashed all at once, destroying the black clouds that flickered wildly with red spots, and the abyssal death shroud within millions of miles vanished without a trace. Node 700 detected the indiscriminate attack of the origin order power. Node 1100 also has no problem here. 80% of the attacking abyssal death mist has been destroyed. The outcome of this round has been decided. Everyone, hurry up and take a breather. Replace the energy tower cores and reorganize the realm of order. Time is precious. Hurry up and recover. Those guarding the realm of order, don't let your guard down. Those who still have the strength to move, leave those who don't know how to escape in the void. Node 333 has received a strong retaliation attack. Is there anyone who can come and help? Hold on. They'll be here in 3 seconds. Reinforcements have arrived. Brothers, grab your weapons. Kill these disgusting bastards. Yun Nuashing let out a long breath and pulled out the nether void sword from the void. The energy circle that was circling around him spread to a wider area as a pair of colorful wings on his body stopped flapping and fell behind his back. He looked at the abyssal death mist in the distance and let out another breath. Hui, there's no problem here. How's your side? It's not a big problem. It's just a few little fledglings. They probably came out to train like us. Or maybe they ran out on their own. With Jingyan and the others, it's not a problem. We killed 2 of them, and the other 3 escaped. Brother, the strength of these fledglings seems to be getting stronger. It wasn't so troublesome the last time we met them. Jingyan's voice squeezed in at the right time. Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. They're using the power of the abyssal death mist to strengthen themselves. Do you need me to go out next time? Not for now. Also, I think it's more like the result of gradual improvement. They're pseudo-primeval heavenly gods that forcefully fused with the power of the abyssal death mist. Although they look like that, they can't hold their ground. They might be trying to hold their ground now. But even if they can hold their ground completely, as long as they don't come out in a big group, it won't be a big problem. We have ways to deal with them. It'll take some time. Jing Yun laughed a few times. We can still handle it now. Brother, just focus on taking care of the front line of the void. If anything happens, I'll ask you to provide support. Got it. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. Just as they had said, the void would not be peaceful forever, and the underworld would not be left out either. Not long after that period of silence, they had once again started a war. The intensity of the war was considered to be moderate, and they did not continue to fight. Instead, they fought and stopped. The world of order, whose strength was increasing day by day, was now able to fight evenly with the death mist of the abyss, with both sides winning and losing. Then, there was a slight change in the situation. The fledglings had joined the war 300 to 400 million years ago. Throughout the 300 to 400 million years, the fledglings did not come out often. Every time, they would come out in small groups of 3 or 5. Currently, there were at most 5 fledglings, and they would occasionally split up and regroup. When they realized that it was the same no matter how they split up or regroup, the world of order would always be able to rescue them, surround them, and counterattack them in an instant. Although it was a fake primeval heavenly god, it still carried the name of the primeval heavenly god. It was not that easy to deal with it. In the first few battles, the world of order suffered great losses every time. They would even let the fledglings slip away. Later on, after grasping the situation of the other party, Hui and Jingyan would work together to deal with it. The front line of the void was guarded by him alone. After this adjustment, there were no more abnormal situations. Occasionally, they could even let 1 or 2 fledglings stay. The attack of the abyssal death mist has also intensified. I feel that something will happen in a short period of time. Foam, don't jinx it. Hui was tidying up the battlefield. Hearing that, he staggered and almost did a split in the void. He could not help but smile bitterly. Well, we have been guarding this position for 500 million years without retreating. It's normal that they would do something else in their impatience. We just have to strengthen our defenses. Jingyan suddenly laughed. The speed of salvaging the Sanctum of Origins across the void has also sped up. With enough Sanctum of Origins, we can strengthen the resonance between each other and carry out accurate salvage. When the Sanctum of Origins is used in all the nodes of the void frontline, the resonance of thousands of nodes, if the underworld does not send out a proper primeval heavenly god, they won't be able to scratch the void blockade. After hundreds of millions of years, the world of order had finally gained a foothold on the battlefield between order and chaos. The 3 of them could not help but sigh in unison. It's not easy. The spawn of the abyssal death mist stood a considerable distance away from the void blockade, uttering incomprehensible syllables and growling. After a brief moment, the remnants of the defeated army bellowed angrily at the void, their eye-like organs flashing with scarlet radiance. But soon they turned around in unison, turning into clouds and retreating towards the main army. The abyssal death mist has retreated. This wave of attacks is over. Check the situation at each node and report back in 10 minutes. Those who still have the strength to clean up the battlefield near the sealing circle. Adjust the power of order and get rid of all the chaos aura attached to the sealing circle. Phew, we've finally made it. It wasn't easy. Don't look like you've won. Lord Feng would always come out to clear the battlefield at every critical moment. We have to work harder and think of something when we're resting. Whether it's strengthening our own power or small strategies, it's not going to work in the grand scheme of things in the void. But it might work in a small area, such as creating traps, digging holes, and killing a patch of the abyssal death mist. That's true. I'm not resting. I'm going outside to take a look. Lord Feng, Yun Nuashing, turned around. Jing Yuanji came up from the side, her pretty face a little tired and pale. She had worked hard in the battle just now. She was clearly not the type to charge and break through enemy lines, yet she insisted on staying at the forefront. Thank you for your hard work. How are the nodes? Nothing out of the ordinary for now. Jing Yuanji shook her head. The rest will be reported over a period of time. How are Qing Huang and Siyu? Jing Yuanji looked back at the direction of the Void City and shrugged. Yun Nuashing saw it and looked over as well. The two girls were nestled on the city wall with Dao Heaven, so tired that their tongues were hanging out. As if sensing his gaze, Siyu reluctantly raised her hand and waved at him in greeting. Yun Nuashing also raised his hand and waved, before turning to Jing Yuanji. I may not be able to take care of the small things since I'm in control of the big picture. I'll leave the girls and the situation at this node to you. Jing Yuanji nodded slightly. Okay. Yun Nuashing reached out and patted her head. Phew. Anyway, it's been hard on you. Just clean up the battlefield as before. If nothing out of the ordinary happens, continue to deal with the follow-up matters as usual. The new batch of recruits also need to be integrated and carried out. Jing Yuanji saw that Lord Feng suddenly paused and looked up curiously. What's wrong, Lord Feng? News from the rear. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed. Maybe there's trouble over there. Jing Yuanji thought for a moment and said, Oh. She knew that Xing Lu was busy in the realm of the gods. It had been 700 million years and nothing had happened. Now that he suddenly contacted her, it could be something very important. Then I'll go deal with the post-war matters first. Rest well. Taking advantage of the fact that Jing Yuanji hadn't gone far, Yun Nuashing patted his cheeks and found Xing Lu's soul seed. Before he could speak, the other side threw over a sentence that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lord Feng, what's going on with the first and second divine flames? These two things don't exist in the entire realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing's face stiffened. No, actually I don't know even if you ask me. I've never seen them before. A series of strange clanking sounds came from the soul transmission. After a while, Xing Lu's voice, which did not know whether to laugh or cry, was heard. Well, okay. Without these two divine flames, how do we open the first secret artifact? Didn't I tell you at the beginning? This time, it was Yun Nuashing's turn to be stunned. I remember telling you. Didn't I? What? But it's 700 million years ago. I might have remembered wrongly. Just take it that I remembered wrongly. I'll say it again. Yun Nuashing shook his head, not intending to delve into the memory of 700 million years. He coughed dryly and said, Anyway, you don't have to care about the first two fragments. You just have to collect the rest. When the space of the first secret artifact is about to be opened, Hui and I can be the key fragments. Make a note of it. I've definitely said it this time. So you don't have to care about the first and second things. Xing Lu laughed bitterly. Fortunately, he did not take the initiative to mess with those two things over the years. Otherwise, he would have run into a wall in vain. How's the situation on your side? The realm of the gods. Everything is as usual. After the portal to the void frontline is built, there would occasionally be some rising stars who would go to the void frontline. Most of them are just watching. No one knows much about it. Xing Lu looked straight at the desert before him and pulled the collar of his brown cloak. Lord Feng, how's the situation on your side? The abyssal death missed. It's been a few 100 million years, but there aren't too many problems. The realm of order is slowly gaining a foothold. As expected, the enemy won't be willing to be left out. Xing Lu sighed deeply. If that's the case, I'll have to speed things up on my side. I'll probably contact you again soon. I wish you all the best, Lord Feng. You should be careful too. Don't be too impatient. The creations of the realm of the gods are not much easier to deal with than the death shroud of the abyss. Xing Lu grinned, his white teeth at the sand-filled land. Don't worry. I'll get the job done. I wish you all the best. Chapter 1672. The world itself was rather simple. It was as if the land was covered in a layer of pure and untainted whiteness after winter snow that hid all gray and darkness. The falling snow drifted and the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky of the world reflected a myriad of dazzling colors. That was the billions of flourishing and dazzling things that this world possessed. It was so magnificent, pleasing to the eye, and exquisite beyond compare. However, that was a one-sided impression projected in the eyes of the small view of world order. In reality, in the view of the void, it was rather boring and dull. The splendor of the world, its form, meaning, and color had all faded away, leaving only the endless sea of darkness and nothingness. After seeing the existence of the two with her own eyes, she thought so as well. However, that was how the world was, and they simply existed there. He seemed to have said so, and those things were told to her bit by the images he left behind, although most of the time she could only piece together a few things that could be recognized by her brain to understand. The blazing sun shone blindingly from the horizon, and the dazzling sunlight reflected golden halos and halos in her black eyes. It made her squint her eyes for a moment, but did not stop other scenes from being reflected in her eyes. The azure sky was clear and cloudless, deep and boundless. It was like a mirror that reflected the world witnessed by billions of things, responding to the blazing sun and the life in this world. It was the same sky, the same scene. It doesn't seem to be any different. She softly exhaled towards the sky, her pale white hair dancing in the wind. No, it was still different. The atmosphere and aura of this world were different from that world. The lofty blue sky, the vast and boundless land, the unimaginable distance, the unimaginable size, the vast starry sky. The two created two boundless spaces that wrapped her in the center, dazzling her and making her lose her sense of direction for a moment. Like many pioneers who walked out of their cradles, she walked out and stood there for a long time before suddenly bursting into tears. She could not find north, south, east, or west, logically speaking. She ran from the cradle world to the greater world. Apart from the blue sky, the sun, the endless plains, mountains, rivers, and lakes, she did not even see a place where people lived. No, let's not talk about that. There were no signs of man-made things within sight. Where is this? She took a deep breath and looked around. There was no one around. She couldn't find her bearings. The sun was still overhead. North, south, east, west. TSK, forget it. This was the time to take the next step of the plan. She flipped her palm in the space and took out 3 small cloth bags with coils tied around them. She looked at them from left to right. She kept the small cloth bag with the number 1 written on it and threw the other 2 into the storage space. With a calm face, she seriously untied the coils of the first cloth bag. There was a small piece of paper in the small pouch. She calmly took it out and unfolded it. "Captain, you must be lost, right?" A guy who can get lost in his own world and go to the wrong planet for the first time definitely won't be able to find his way in a new world. Yao Guang. I'll definitely give that guy a good beating when I get back. In any case, how about we look for what senior god left behind? Yao Guang laughed dryly. His face was full of awkwardness. He was indeed dizzy from the high blue sky and the endless earth. He had forgotten about the hint that was right beside him. After a few minutes of searching, he found a crystal ball marked with the words, "Open in the realm of the gods." After a few more minutes of searching, he found a large map. It was a map of the entire realm of the gods, and it was a version from hundreds of millions of years ago. There was also a sentence on it. Just find a place and keep walking. You'll find the way eventually. Anyway, by the time you open the realm of the gods, more than 70% of the information on this map will be outdated. If you're lucky, you might find 1 or 2 ruins. Of course, there's also the possibility that nothing has changed. Of course, there's also the possibility that the realm of the gods has exploded when you come out. Yao Guang took a deep breath. What a frivolous senior god. If you want to find me, well, it won't be easy. But if you have anything to say, say it when we meet. If you want to find me, come to the central region. Whether you want to find me or find a way to find me, it's there. The central region, huh? So where was she now? How could she get to the central region? Yao Guang looked around in a daze. Then he let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. Forget it. I'll just walk in a random direction. Up north, down south, left, west, right, east. Go right. Then, accompanied by a violent flash of energy, she shot out and disappeared into the sky on her right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there are 2 more little things in the Source Peak region. They should be the last 2 in the Source Peak region. Xing Lu spread out the treasure map on the ground and looked at the flame marks one by one. After a while, she looked up in shock. Wait a minute. I don't remember seeing these 2 little things 3,000 years ago. I couldn't have made such a low-level mistake. I've been to those 2 places 2 or 3 times. Maybe they were born when you were in seclusion. Xian Lei's voice came from beside her. Xing Lu smiled bitterly. There was nothing he could do. After all, every time he was in seclusion, every time he blinked and opened his eyes would be thousands of years or even millions of years. Well, 26th, 19th. I guess I'll have to put in some effort. Xing Lu sighed and jumped down from the big rock on the mountain. Putting away the treasure map, she flung her brown cloak and headed to the nearest city. Anyway, I'll rest for a while and see what's going on in the realm of the gods. Then, I'll see if there's any information about those 2 little things. If they were born in the last 3,000 years, there should be some movement. If there's no accident, I'll go there directly. Xian Lei, how much time has passed? The black clouds rolled slightly, and a sigh could be heard. Counting the 3,000 years, it's almost 600,000 years. The journey is about to come to an end. 600,000 years. It's a period of time without me noticing, but it's not that long. Let's hurry and try to get this over within 1 or 2 years. Xing Lu took a deep breath and patted his cheeks. On the surface, all the remaining conditions had appeared in the realm of the gods. Now he just needed to get them. In the past, other than searching for them, he was mostly waiting for them to appear and mature. The newborn bodies would also be marked on the treasure map, but it was useless for him to have them. He could only go to other places to make a move on other divine flames, or sit down and wait until they mature. This wait would take up to 5 or 6 digits. The long time slipped away bit by bit just like that. Most of the time it was rather unlucky. Almost every 5 or 6 of them would enter a long waiting period. When the waiting period was over, another portion of them would mature, and he would collect them and wait for the next batch. Why did he make it sound like seasonal vegetables, the kind that would be collected for hundreds of thousands of years? There's a strange presence approaching. It's 90% similar to the realm of the gods, but there's something different. Just as Xing Lu was about to speed up and cross this distance, Xian Lei's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. The two of them tilted their heads and looked towards the distant blue sky. About 10,000 miles high up in the sky, there was a panic-stricken aura that was being emitted. It was pacing back and forth like a headless fly. A visitor from outside the realm? No, the presence of a visitor from outside the realm shouldn't be so close. Xing Lu frowned and moved towards the presence. Let's take a little time. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. 10,000 miles up in the sky, Xing Lu's figure was hidden in the void. His gaze pierced through the void and saw the abnormal figure that was wandering in the sky of the realm of the gods, a relatively young rebirth realm cultivator, probably not more than 1 billion years old, and a beautiful, white-haired girl. She's really pretty, but that's not the point. At this moment, she was holding a large map that was 6 or 7 meters long and wide. Her eyes were darting around, and her anxious face was constantly sweating. She seemed to be comparing the terrain and the map. After a while, she turned the map around, but she couldn't find a reference point. What's this? Directionally challenged? Can't find the way? Or are you blaming the map for not being useful? Xing Lu stared blankly for a long time and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The black cloud rolled for a moment and said, "That map has the residual presence of Lord Observer." Lord Feng's presence? Xing Lu's bitter smile froze with a crack. After a moment, he calmed down and pondered. Is it their guest? It's hard to say. Maybe. They wouldn't give something to someone they haven't seen before for no reason. Plus, her presence, laws, and order are extremely similar to those of the realm of the gods. If I'm not mistaken, she probably has something to do with it. Xing Lu scratched his head. That's a headache. If she was Lord Feng's guest, they would have to be a little more careful. Right now, they didn't know if Lord Feng and the others were fighting at the front line of the void, so it was best not to rashly disturb them. Forget it. I'll deal with it as I wish. With that thought, he stopped worrying and slowly floated up from the void. Hey, you over there. Yao Guang, who was racking her brains to identify the relationship between the terrain and the map, was suddenly startled by a voice that came from behind her. She almost fell from the sky and hurriedly jumped back with a yelp. When she turned around, she saw a thin figure of about 20 years old, or rather a youth, staring at her. He was wearing a brown tattered cloak that looked travel-worn. You're not from the realm of the gods, are you? You don't have the presence of a mark from the realm of the gods. Do you have a temporary pass? Yao Guang, who was about to speak, was stunned when she heard that. What pass? Do we need a pass to come here? Of course, we're in an emergency right now. Xing Lu crossed his arms and nodded solemnly. Since he wasn't sure of the relationship between the girl and Lord Feng, he decided not to bluff her for now. The void isn't peaceful right now. Visitors who come to the realm of the gods need to be registered and marked with the presence of the laws of the realm of the gods before they can enter. If you apply for a temporary pass, you'll be given a free tour of the realm of the gods for half a day. If you change your temporary pass to a permanent pass, you'll have to go through a year of inspection. If you do anything harmful to the realm of the gods during this period, such as smashing, looting, harassing the local residents, destroying the laws of the realm of the gods out of boredom, disrupting the order of the realm of the gods, or reversing the void, if you're involved in any of these things, forget about your permanent pass. Even your temporary pass will be revoked. What's wrong? Yao Guang covered her face and smiled bitterly. I'm a little dizzy. You're not used to the laws of the realm of the gods. I understand. Xing Lu nodded and put her hands on her hips. So where's your pass? Yao Guang smiled bitterly. Well, she couldn't say that she didn't have one, could she? It would be embarrassing if she was kicked out. But she really didn't have one. She couldn't afford to offend this person who seemed to be a manager of the realm of the gods. She didn't expect to need a pass to come to the greater world. But she had come from the inner of the realm of the gods, and she didn't run into any checkpoints or anything like that. How should she explain this? Could she just say it? She didn't know if the title of senior god would work. Before she could find him, she was thrown out of the realm of the gods. She could already imagine the scene of her being laughed at when she saw him. Xing Lu saw her face covered in cold sweat and hesitation. He took a deep breath and said, "If you don't have a pass, then we can only wait. I'll confess. I'll confess." Yao Guang's face was covered in sweat as she waved her hand and told him everything about her world. "Actually, I was brought here by Senior Feng. Our world was a long time ago, a very long time ago. You really are Master Feng's guest." Xing Lu sighed in relief after getting an answer. He smiled and waved his hand. "If you said you were Master Feng's guest, then we wouldn't have to waste time here. I was just about to take you to get a temporary pass." "What's wrong?" Yao Guang covered her face. "I'm not used to the realm of the gods." She thought she was going to be thrown out. After 2 blunders, Yao Guang was finally able to talk about the predicament he was in. "You want to go to the divine land? Well, the large void portal to the void frontline is in the divine land, but little girl." Xing Lu looked at Yao Guang sympathetically and pointed at her map. "You're in the middle of the Source Peak domain, which is hundreds of thousands of light years away from the divine land. If we calculate your destination, this distance will be doubled." Yao Guang's face turned red. She lowered her head and muttered, I'm lost." "Well, it's normal for someone to get lost in the realm of the gods, but it's rare for someone like you to get so far." Xing Elvi laughed and waved his hand to lead her in the right direction. "Why didn't you ask someone for directions on the way? You couldn't have kept going in the same direction all the way here, could you?" Yao Guang's face was stiff. She nodded stiffly. "Everyone said to go east." "East on the right." Xing Lu's expression froze as well. He looked at her with a strange, bitter smile. He couldn't help but cover his face and shake his head. For a young heavenly god to get lost like this was absolutely unprecedented. Even if it was east on the right, her right hand that didn't even turn around was amazing, silently marking this beautiful girl as someone with no sense of direction. Xing Elvi stopped talking about the previous topic and didn't continue to poke at her sore spot. Instead, he changed the topic to talk about the current situation. Void frontline. Yao Guang kept muttering those 4 words in a daze. Half of what Xing Elvi had said had been automatically filtered out by her brain, while the rest had been processed naturally so that her brain would not shut down. That allowed her to clearly identify what she had just heard. It was all things that were beyond her knowledge and understanding at the moment. It's a very dangerous place, but it's also the most important place in the realm of order. If you want to find Lord Feng, you have to go there yourself. The judge shrugged. "I won't stop you. Lord Feng has set up a small test at the entrance of the large-scale void portal. It's a chance to face the truth of the void and the madness and chaos of reality. Only those who can withstand it can continue to move forward, and those who can't should return and continue to cultivate. That's no joking matter. It's pointless even if you want to go, but don't have the strength. You'll just be throwing your life away and blocking a bullet." Yao Guang nodded. "Do I have to go there myself?" "Something like that. I don't know if Lord Feng and the others have taken special care of you. Personally, I treat everyone who wants to go to the void frontline the same, no matter what kind of mentality you have. It's been like this for hundreds of millions of years. If you're really prepared, go on that path and find Lord Feng at the end." Yao Guang lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She nodded solemnly. "From the moment I stepped out of our cradle, I've been prepared to face everything. If I stop without even facing the truth, this determination is too laughable. We have not had the time to talk to him. Even if it's for the determination to carry our cradle world, I have to go there. Then hold on to this determination. Don't be scared out of your wits." The large-scale void portal was actually a portal with the word void added to it. Its conceptual meaning was the same as its literal meaning. Adding the word void meant that it lacked the concept of void. It was a portal used for long-distance teleportation in the void. It was quite useful, but it was not that simple to set it up. Along the way, many void nodes had to be set up in the void to blur the void between the destination and the portal, allowing the two void zones to be closer in terms of rules and concepts. Then, the teleportation would be carried out. Incidentally, the existence of void nodes and origin nodes would create a vague net in the void of order. Borrowing the power of those nodes, going to the void frontline was as simple as opening a door, lifting a leg, and closing a door. After a few rapid teleportations, the lofty blue sky finally faded from her eyes. The sky had shrunk due to the presence of clouds, and there were many more creations on the ground, wiping away the emptiness and loneliness. There was a hint of life, and what appeared before her was a huge city that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Boundless vigor and liveliness emanated from it endlessly, rapidly filling the entire space. That portal is here! Yao Guang kept staring at the holy city of the divine continent below. Mei Mao kept flashing, projecting the myriad of sights below. It's in the observer space that's fused with the void. It's a space that Lord Feng personally created. As Xing LV spoke, he used his energy to resonate with the void, and the surrounding scenery suddenly darkened. Yao Guang looked at the scene in the reality space, as if it was being squeezed and hammered by an invisible force. It rapidly deformed before her eyes and was occupied by darkness. Gradually, she also felt that she was leaving the previous space and heading to the next place. According to Lord Feng, this space wasn't originally intended to be used to build a large-scale void portal. Later, he adjusted it a little and used it for his own use. He prepared everything himself, and I finished setting it up here not long ago. It's directly connected to the void frontline. Not long ago? Yes, about 600 or 700 million years ago. At that time, I had something to do, so I came back. I've been staying until now, and I still haven't finished my work. However, it won't be long now. It should be done in about a year or so. Yao Guang was speechless. She decided not to delve too deeply into it. When the darkness before her eyes was no longer turbulent and became stable, Yao Guang felt that she had returned from a state of floating to a space with her feet on the ground. Although the background before her eyes was still dark, she had already learned that this place of pure darkness was called the void. It was different from the void in the starry sky. This was the void in the purest sense, containing billions of things that she couldn't understand but needed to understand. Ordinary people might burn just trying to understand it. The void in this space was not absolute nothingness. There was a cluster of buildings that seemed to be a small city. Some people appeared from the same place like her, and some people walked slowly from the void and landed in this place. These people might have communicated with each other, or it might have just been a brief exchange of glances. Then, everyone walked towards the same place. In the distance, at the edge of the small city, bright starlight suddenly appeared in the void. It seemed to be projected from the real world into this space. In the place where the starlight surrounded, there was an extremely magnificent and huge building. It was a pillar whose top part was directly in contact with the void, so its specific size was unknown. Well, it really looked like a pillar. It should be called a circle of pillars. It was made up of a huge pillar that was tens of thousands of feet thick as the core, and a circle of smaller pillars that were only 1/10 of the width of the larger pillar. Those pillars were colorful and pure white, with pure black mysterious runes engraved on them, reflecting the colorful pure white light. In the spacious space between the large and small pillars, fine white raindrops fell. Each of them was clearly 1 foot long, and the energy they contained, she could not identify it now, but it contained a lot of energy. That's the teleportation door. Yao Guang could not help but ask as he pointed at the only noteworthy huge structure in the small city. Of course. Although it doesn't seem to have much to do with a door, it is indeed a door. It contains the energy of the world of order. Other than directly connecting to the various nodes in the void frontline, it can also be used as a void blur teleportation. You just need to know the rough coordinates of the void, but it is limited to teleportation within the void of order. In the void of chaos, the laws, concepts, and order are all different, so there is no way to teleport there. Xing LV raised his finger and pointed the part where the pillars were fused with the void. Actually, its main body has been suppressed by the void and the laws of the realm of the gods. It should be as big as a sun, but look at the stairs below. If its main body was here, it would take hours to climb the stairs with just 2 feet. Do you believe me? Yao Guang was speechless. Well, I won't go into more details. You go first. It's better to experience it yourself than to nag endlessly here. I've already sent you the coordinates of the void node where Lord Feng and the others are. Remember not to go to the wrong place. Xing LV said with a smile. He could not help but sigh as he looked at the void portal. The situation on the other side had been disconnected for 600 or 700 million years. Who knows, not noticing Xing LV's sudden melancholy. Yao Guang had already nodded and walked forward. He followed the flow of the crowd and stepped into the building formed by a group of pillars and platforms. As the light flashed, everything around him disappeared again. By the time he reacted, his body had already sunk into the darkness. Did I lose track of the void coordinates because of my train of thought? Yao Guang's pretty face paled. Just as she thought that she had been thrown into a corner of the void, a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness before her. It was a figure that she had not seen for hundreds of millions of years. Now that they met again, it did not feel strange at all. Instead, it felt so familiar, as if they had just met yesterday. Stop! The place you are going to is the most violent and insane hell in the world. Those who enter by mistake, or those who are not mentally prepared, leave at once. His voice echoed softly by her ear, carrying with it a soul-shaking interrogation that could not be looked at directly. Yao Guang suddenly realized that this was the test that Xing LV had mentioned. She took a deep breath and walked forward fearlessly. In the next moment, the void turned into a vast ocean that carried billions of information rushed towards her, crashing into her soul. She seemed to have inadvertently peeked into the truth of the void in that instant. If she wanted to understand it, it would probably take some time, according to their concept of time.